So everybody's here. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting of the Poudre Fire Authority to order. Purpose of which we're going to be interviewing candidates for the position of chief. Last, if there's any public comments from the board or anybody here making comments? I don't think there's any. Ann, do you know of anyone that's showed up?
There's no public comment in the Q&A.
Very good. Thank you, Kristen. So we'll go ahead and move directly into the purpose of the meeting is to interview fire chief candidates and then later on move into an executive session to provide direction to the fire chief's search firm on matters related to the fire chief hiring process. Does any board members have any questions before we begin? Understand that we have 4 candidates that we're going to be interviewing. We're going to interview 2 and then we're going to break. Is that right, Dan? Is that what your schedule says? So with this, I think unless the board has any questions.
I think we need to review the questions really quickly. And I gave you a list of questions. You've seen it once before. I sent it to you again last night to eliminate a little bit of duplication. And there are more questions on this list than you could ask in an hour. So we're probably going to have to eliminate a few. And if you eliminate some, then I'll go quickly print them so that we have a hard copy for you. Actually, maybe I'll send it to Patty, who I think is listening upstairs, and have her print them and run them down to us. So do you all have those questions in front of you, or do you need me to walk through them?
Why don't you walk through them? Everybody might have them. They're on their phone.
So we start with what leader or leaders do you look up to and why? How would you describe your own leadership style? Inclusion is important to our community and our emergency services. How will you build a more diverse workforce to reach out to communities that are underrepresented to ensure that they are being served? 3 is politics is a constant background concern for managing relationships with elected officials as well as employees. Tell us about a time when a decision made above your level had a negative impact on your staff. How did you explain the decision to employees? What was the response? So those first 3 questions, any thoughts about those? Are those keepers? Seeing nodding. Okay.
I like 4 for sure.
Okay, 4 is based on what you currently know about PFA. What would you believe can be improved? Why did you choose what you did? How will you accomplish this? Then from research you've done related to this position, what is the biggest concern you have about the organization? What is the greatest concern you have about the fire chief position? 6 is, as I'm sure you're aware, PFA's current management group has found itself in a conflict situation with the union local, including a vote of no confidence in June 2020. Can you tell us about a time when you were in conflict with an employee group and how you resolved it? If we asked those employees how it was addressed, what would they say? Okay. Describe any innovative policies or programs you may have implemented in terms of employee fitness and wellness. Each candidate describes significant emphasis and energy spent outside their home organization. Please describe your leadership style, which ensures you are leading well in your home organization as you accept outside engagements.
Just on that one, we just use please describe your leadership style and forget the first sentence.
Okay. Next one is a scenario question. The scenario is someone was offended by a statement you made or a reference to a member of a minority group using a term that this individual found demeaning and inappropriate. What is your initial reaction? What is happening internally as you hear this allegation? How did or would you address it? What was the outcome? Okay with that one? All right, we're coming up on our limit here. What major initiative were you not successful in completing? What happened? What did you learn from the experience? What would you do differently if given the opportunity? How do you envision the role of the fire chief in the community you serve beyond what that as the leader of the employees in the department? How have you fulfilled that role in the past? The next three are a little simpler questions. What are you learning right now? How are you reading? What are you reading and studying? Why would we select you as our new fire chief? Any specific, if we had any specific questions on resumes from people. How would you promote succession planning? And from the research you've done related to this position, oh, I already got that one. That's a duplicate.
Which one?
16 is a duplicate.
Okay.
So thoughts? You probably need to be around 10 questions to get through it in an hour.
I want to start, Mike. Okay to start talking about
Sure,
this real quick?
absolutely.
I like number 3. I'm not the word politics isn't the best. It's not my favorite word, but I like, I like that it's balancing the pressures that a chief is in between the board, elected officials and also the staff. So we're probably assigning these two, so I'm willing to take that question if you guys like it and you want someone to sign up for it. I'd be happy to take that.
That you would like to get rid of, nominate any to get rid of or change?
I could get away with what major initiatives you were not successful at.
Which number was that, Mike?
10.
10.
Okay.
Unless you have some burning desire to know that.
Reading that one. I don't think you need to reprint these in. We'll just cross out whatever.
I don't know if everybody has copies. I think I'll print them.
Okay. We're out of time too.
Oh, how do we want to do this? I think I'll start with the first number 1 question. And then do the board want to come in with different questions, or do we follow some, anybody have a preference? Emily, do you have any?
Just go around, or
So you'll take number
I'll
1.
take number 1 and then we'll go from there.
then we're just doing the first 10.
Are you okay with that? I think those are 10 good solid questions of a variety. I'll just delete the last 4 and have Patty print these for us and run them down while I go get your first candidate.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we could have hard copies.
So let's make sure we know what we're doing. So Mike's going to kick it off, and then you just want to go Emily, Dave, and me. Does that work for you guys?
Does that work for everybody?
And the only ones we'll get in the meantime while we're getting the hard copies, it looks like what number 10 was eliminated.
Hang on.
I think we-
20 copies.
Do we include 10?
Oh, I thought Mike wanted to.
Again, I didn't see any need for it, but
Oh, okay.
1 through 11.
All
We're eliminating 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
And I know you have a lot going on right now, but remind me, so these interviews are exactly 1 hour?
They are 1 hour apart. I've got them scheduled at 55 minutes, but they're not going anywhere else. So if you are in the middle of a conversation, I think people, and we'll scoot people back just a little bit.
But I'm sorry, so you have 1 hour then gap, or no? 1
It's
hour.
1 hour dinner,
Okay,
1 hour, 1 hour.
so dinner can absorb a little bit maybe if we need to. Okay. And then I'm sorry, I know you're giving us, the order is what?
Um,
on in your agenda there.
sorry.
Angermuller,
Angermuller,
Bergsten, Schaeffer, and Waldo.
that's right.
And on the question, I lost track of the order, right? I wrote down Mike, you're doing number 1. Aaron, you're doing number 3. You're gonna do number 2.
I think.
So I'll do 1 and then we'll come around this way.
3, 4,
You want
5. And then we'll go back to Mike 6, 7, 8, Ken 9, right?
3 is your politics.
Here they are, so you can write on them.
3 is your politics.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's okay, Dave. I didn't know we were gonna do it this way, so I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm,
Mike, Emily, Dave,
Just trying to get some consistency to it so we don't
yeah.
leave anybody out.
Yeah.
More
Mike,
copies.
Emily, Dave, Ken, Darren.
There's more copies, so you have something to
Yeah,
write
so
on.
Mike.
Thank you.
And Mike, you start with number 6. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, if we go. Get a pen date?
That's good.
I'll be right back.
Thank you.
Questions I have?
More room to like write yours. Your notes. I don't know why I have 5 copies.
I'm a little confused. Can somebody help me here? I have different questions on my phone than I have on me.
Mike, this may help. So we're gonna have, here's the questions that Ian just, so.
That's it. Okay, that's what I got.
So it's,
Okay,
you, if you want to take this, I can give it to you. So the first one is you. Second one is Emily, Dave, and me. Then you got number 6.
Everybody, I'd like to introduce you to Chris Angermuller, Deputy Chief from Grand Junction. I don't know if everybody wants to shake hands or not, but
I know it's a scary situation for handshaking, so I don't want to shake anybody's hand if you don't want to. So it's
Yeah,
nice meeting everybody. And I'm excited to be here and thank you for having me.
great, welcome.
Thank you.
that was a trip
Thank you for
over.
coming.
Trip over was pretty easy. I actually flew. And I'm kind of glad I didn't drive because it looks like I-70 had some issues today.
Oh, good.
So not bad at all. A quick up and down flight from Junction to here.
sometimes those are the rough ones.
Looked like there's a
Yes.
lot of snow on the front range.
Yes, there was quite a bit of snow on my way in. So it was pretty neat. I love the snow. For now, anyway.
Yeah. We only have 50 miles of watershed here and you got 250 on your side. You know?
Yes, yes. It's especially the Grand Mesa, what we have up there, it's phenomenal
Yeah,
and beautiful.
yes, it is.
Is it when I am answering?
I want to ask him.
Okay, are you guys okay when I answer, pull this down, or how do you guys want me to do that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think we're far enough away that you can get off. couldn't you?
I'm comfortable with that if you guys are comfortable with that. I have had my vaccine. So,
Yeah, I'd say take it off, Chris.
okay.
You're far enough away and you've had your vaccine. I've had mine.
I've had mine.
I'm sure Mike's had too. Darren, we just sacrifice it, sorry.
I'm far enough away. I think we'll be okay.
I won't make eye contact.
Well, I hope your stay's been here good so far.
Oh, it's been great, and I appreciate the hospitality of PFA during the process.
What we're going to try to do is just take some time to try to get a little more information about you and what brings you here and just get a little more personal. And each one of the board has some questions we want to ask. So I'm going to go ahead and start out just with an impersonal one. Can you tell us what leaders do you look up to and why, and how would you describe your own leadership style?
Yeah.
Want me to repeat that?
No, sir, I'm good. As far as to the leaders that I look up to, early on in my career, I had a lieutenant that I volunteered with Overland Park Fire. That was during the time when I was still struggling to figure out, do I want to do the fire service as a career? And ultimately, when I decided I wanted to do it and got hired, I ended up being assigned as his new firefighter. And his leadership style was one of the best leadership styles that I've ever encountered. He fully expected you as a newer firefighter or as a member of the team to make mistakes. Nobody is perfect. But what separated him from other leaders that I've worked with in the fire service is that he wouldn't yell at you or get in your face when you made a mistake. He would take that as a learning opportunity and come up to you and go, do you know what you did wrong? And I would say yes, and then, okay, let's work on this. He got to know my family. He knew my son, my wife, everything about my background. He took the time to do that. Most leaders in our profession don't take the time to do that. They just lead and want the personnel that are under them to perform. And I've even heard some company officers say, don't make me look bad to their firefighters. And that's not a good thing to do. Ultimately, he ended up getting promoted to captain, and I moved with him as well to the new station assignment. And his leadership style was so phenomenal, and how much he showed he cared for all of us, that there was a waiting list of 20 people deep of who wanted to transfer into his shift because he took care of his people. That's the type of leader that I want to be. I have also had experience with my current fire chief and a former fire chief, Chief Jake Rhodes, which I'm sure you're familiar with Chief Rhodes, and Chief Watkins. They're both leaders like that want to get to know their people, what makes them tick, and how, as a leader, they can make you better. And that's something that is very important to me when I talk about leadership. And that's what I want to be as a fire chief. Somebody who shows that I care for my people and that I'm going to work to develop them, and I want to get to know them. Now, it's going to take a little time to get to know everybody. I just finally got to a point in Grand Junction after 2 years where I feel comfortable that I know most of my people and about their families, but it took some time to build that. So as far as my leadership style, it's collaborative and with a high emphasis on communication. And that what I've found through my career, those two things help resolve 99% of the issues and allow for us to better plan for the future of the organization. The communication piece, 99% of the issues I've run into and with other fire departments in my work through the accreditation consortium for the state of Colorado is the departments I help, it ultimately comes down to a communication issue. And so I mentor them and help those chiefs with addressing that issue. So those are some most important components of my leadership style, I'd say.
Great. I have a second question.
Okay.
Inclusion is important to our community and our emergency services. How will you build a more diverse workforce to reach out to communities that are underrepresented to ensure they are being served?
Thank you for asking that question. That is something that I am very passionate about. As part of my doctorate studies, that is one of my focuses, is how can government jobs, city, state, federal, have their employee base represent the communities that they serve. And we took an innovative approach in Grand Junction last year, and we had that tough conversation of what are we doing wrong here? Because quite honestly, the fire service is failing in this area, and we have to address it. So we had that difficult conversation in Junction, and we decided to hire the people for the people. We did have the EMT requirement where you had to have your EMT in order to get hired as a firefighter with Junction, and we would get you the certifications that you needed to be on a fire apparatus. So we went ahead and did a hiring process, and we ended up hiring 7 rock stars. And from day one, we paid them as firefighter EMTs, and we put them in a what I would call a SLAM EMT class session, a 30-day EMT class, with the expectation, and we anticipated that we might have 1 or 2 who maybe wouldn't have passed due to how rigorous it was. But we actually had all 7 that passed with above 90% scores. So they immediately were put on the floor on the ambulance. And we immediately started getting feedbacks from our crew saying that these are the 7 best employees that the fire department's ever hired. In fact, they gave them the nickname, the Magnificent 7. These 7 individuals that we hired, very diverse background, military veterans, 1 Latino, and 1 female. And every single one of those people that we hired told us that they would never have thought that the fire service was a career option for them because they all had 2 or 3 jobs and they're trying to support their families. So we never would have had that opportunity to be a little more diverse of an organization if we didn't think outside the box and be innovative in our recruitment methods. So now fast forward, we're having more discussions about that, and we're going to reach deeper into our communities, get out into our lower income neighborhoods, go to block parties, go to church functions, and try to aggressively recruit the young men and women from those communities that do not think this profession is an opportunity for them, and let them know that this is a great career for you. You know, you look at the demographic of PFA being 91% male and 9% female. I think that's pretty common when you look at the fire service as a whole. And honestly, we're failing. That number we need to work to get that number closer. And we need to work to be a more ethnically and culturally diverse profession. Because if we are able to achieve that, we can provide a better service to our community. Hope I didn't ramble too long on that.
Thank you.
That's great. Chris, politics is a constant background concern for managing relationships with elected officials as well as employees. Tell us about a time when a decision made above your level had a negative impact on your staff. How'd you explain the decisions to employees and what was the response?
Yeah, certainly. I think a good example would be our current pay plan within Junction. It's a 15-step pay plan. And quite honestly, we do know and we recognize that departments on the front range are paying higher than we are, and that the personnel top out faster than we do. So we worked with our local, and that was a key part, is meeting with our union board and just chatting with them about, here's our pay plan. Here's where we are. We understand the concerns that everybody has, but this is where we are now. And in the future, we can look at this, and we're going to work with city manager and human resources to do a pay study, but it may or may not change. And it's about being completely transparent with our union leadership, and then taking that message and communicating that to the troops in the stations. That is the most important piece. And one of the things that I implemented in Grand Junction early on when I started there, well, immediately, was once a month, I would go around to every station, sit down with every crew, and I would talk to them about what we're working on in administration and give them the option to express their concerns to me so that we can get ahead of issues that may come up. And I'll be honest with you, the first 2 months, nothing but crickets from the crews. But the 3rd and 4th month, they started opening up and telling me what the big issues were in the organization, and pay being one of them. And we had those, quite frankly, difficult conversations, and we both had to be vulnerable and ready to have those conversations. And it ultimately made our organization better for being able to do that.
Great. Hey, Chris, welcome. From the research that maybe you have done as you've become acquainted with PFA, what's the biggest concern you would have about our organization? What is the greatest concern that you would have about the fire chief position?
I think the greatest concern that I see for the organization right now, and I've had an opportunity to talk to a lot of people, is I think there needs to be stronger communication with the firefighters, and a stronger unified front, if you will, with the local, and make sure that is emphasized, that we need to be on the same page and talk about things that are of concern for us. That is, again, going back to such a basic thing, to where even I have been caught up in that before, where I thought that I was properly communicating a message and I wasn't. And ultimately it caused strife within the organization. And I had to rapidly realize that the message that I'm sending out, the receivers, each person receives the message differently. And I had to adapt my communication style to ensure that everybody understands that message. So I think that's one of the big issues, is that communication piece from top all the way down. As far as coming in as the new chief, I know it would be difficult to get people to open up to me, being the new outside person, but I'm going to keep chipping away at that. And hopefully, just like I saw in Grand Junction, within hopefully 2 months or less, people will start opening up to me and we can address the hard issues in the PFA and get ahead of them and come up with a plan on how we're going to better the organization for the future.
So you guys, I'm going to do a bit of an audible here because Ken just asked my question.
Oh.
So bear with me. And actually, Chris, there's some redundancy in the question, so I'm going to modify just a little bit. Based on what you know about PFA specifically, what do you believe can be improved? And why that, you get one item, and so why that one thing, and how do you propose accomplishing success or achieving success? And welcome, Chris. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. I feel like we've already talked about diversity. I think that's an important one, but I think another one that I view as our pandemic and epidemic in our profession is firefighter mental health and physical health. Unfortunately, 2 weeks ago, I had somebody I worked with commit suicide. And this seems to be an epidemic in our profession because our people are still afraid to talk to people, to seek out professional help. I think you guys will remember from my experience with Kingman, I came into that situation after the EMS chief had committed suicide. I'm a very strong proponent of firefighter well-being, of mental health and physical health. I think that we need to be better about having those conversations and getting people to open up to take care of our personnel. Because if we don't take care of our staff here, it's next to impossible for them to take care of the community. So we have to make sure that they're ready to go and that they have resources to address their needs. Part of the mental and physical health aspect to measure success, mental health would be working with the peer team to say, how many contacts have you had? Not who, because that's confidential, but how many contacts has the peer team had? And are people going and talking to them? I think a gap that we have in our profession is there's nothing in place for chief officers. You become a fire chief, deputy chief, battalion chief, it becomes very difficult to go talk to a firefighter or a captain who's on the peer team. So we need to look at alternatives such as partnering with Building Warriors in Denver to where that is a group that is specific for chief officers to give them the behavioral health support that they need. And the physical aspect, the way we measure success there, and I did see in your accreditation report that one of the things that were identified is switching from physicals every 3 years to an annual physical. I think that that's important in an NFPA 1582 physical. Also with advanced blood screening for early markers of cancer, that can have a lot of benefit in our profession. And I'll be honest with you, how do you measure that success? I think the first person you get that we capture cancer early and that it can be taken care of, that's a measure of success. That's how I would view that.
This is my turn now.
Okay.
And I'm sure you are aware PFA's current management group has found itself in a conflict situation with the union local, including a vote of no confidence in June of 2020. Can you tell us about a time when you were in a conflict with an employee group and how you resolved it?
Yes, sir.
If we asked those employees how it was addressed, what would they say?
I think I've had the opportunity to interact with our local in Grand Junction quite a bit. And quite honestly, when I first started interacting with them, when we had a disciplinary issue for one of our employees, I should have let them in on that a little sooner to let them know that I was putting somebody on admin leave, not specifically why, but at least give them a heads up so that we could talk about it. I think my union president would tell you that that was a pretty big error, significant error in communication. But I think what he would tell you now is that our communication is much stronger. I talk to my union president quite frequently, and when I'm looking at policy change or operational change, we communicate it and talk about it before that rolls out to the organization, so that when the membership of the union come to talk to them and say, hey, this is what's going on with this. This doesn't seem fair. The local will support it. And that's what I found is by keeping them in the loop. And I feel that it's impossible to overly communicate with the local, but by keeping them in the loop, we have that strong relationship. And my union president will not hesitate to pick up the phone and call me if there's a concern about something that we're getting ready to do, and have that tough conversation with me.
We asked the employees, how was that addressed? Would you say that it was successful?
That first one, no. I to be honest with you, I would think that they would say that that was not appropriately addressed, and that we learned from it, and that subsequently the other disciplinary processes that came up were much better, and there were no issues. And to be honest with you, it was kind of a learning curve for both me and the union president. So I think that he would definitely tell you that that was something that we need to work on.
All right. Describe any innovative policies or programs you have implemented in terms of employee fitness and wellness.
Yeah, actually, two really big programs that I was responsible for the implementation at Kingman Fire, and some of them, those programs actually carried over to Grand Junction. Like I talked about, I was put in charge of developing a group to help put together a peer support team and firefighter fitness and cancer reduction for the organization. And through the mental health program, we actually worked with, got a grant through NRDI, an organization for behavioral health, to where we were able to bring in Frank Lito from FDNY, from the Counseling Support Unit, to provide training for us. And then we went out to FDNY and shadowed them for 7 days and came back and structured our program after theirs. So we had a very strong peer support program that was developed as a result of that. As far as physical fitness goes for the organization and cancer reduction, on the fitness side, we actually worked and developed a physical fitness committee, and we developed had an organization come in and develop a physical ability test that everybody took annually. And by everybody, fire chief, all the way down to the newest firefighter, we all took it. And it was a validated physical fitness test, physical ability test. I will tell you that when we did it in administration, you could probably have sold tickets to the firefighters that they would have loved to come watch the chiefs go through it, because it was kind of humorous. I'll be honest with you. Along with that aspect, we took another innovative approach of going, well, we've got this great physical ability test program, but what happens if somebody can't pass it? So we looked into various programs, and we put 6 of our personnel through the NASM personal fitness trainer program and certification process, to where every shift had 2 certified personal trainers. And if somebody failed the physical ability test, the personal trainer would work with them on a physical workout routine to get better and be better prepared to pass it in the corresponding 30 days. And those that failed it the first time, every single person passed it the second time. Also, what we saw with that was a reduction in injuries from back injuries, slip, trips, and falls, because we had a comprehensive physical training program because of our personal trainers that we had on our organization. As far as cancer reduction, we took everything that goes into the fire, air packs, lights, out of the cab, and put them in the compartments. We went there with the clean cab concept on every single apparatus and decon procedures. And then we also looked at the 1582 requirements for blood work to do early detection for cancer. So those were innovative programs that we did. And as a result of those programs in 2018, and this is something I'm very proud of, our organization and my team that I worked with were awarded the Billy Goldfeder Health and Safety Award. That was a tremendous honor for our organization because an outside organization, professionals from the International Association of Fire Chiefs said, you have done something tremendously innovative here to where other fire departments should model after this. And we got a special award for that. So that was a big accomplishment. And I have carried some of those items over to Grand Junction Fire and we're gradually implementing them.
Well, Chris, thanks. You describe your leadership style, which ensures you are leading well in your home organization as you accept outside engagements.
For clarification on outside engagements like extra committee work or I'll be honest with you, when you look at my resume, yes, there is a lot of activity there, but I will tell you that you look at those committees and the work that I'm on my last year serving on those. My number one priority will be the PFA. As far as the International Association of Fire Chiefs Hazardous Materials Committee, my term is up in July, so I'll be done with that. The textbook committees that I'm part of for IFSTA, we've already completed one textbook and the other textbook will be finished here in 2 months. The only thing that I would probably keep up, obviously with your approval, would be my peer site visits that I do for CPSC, because every single site visit I go on, I'm able to bring something back to my organization and make my department better. So I'm able to learn from that. My term is co-chair, senior co-chair of the Rocky Mountain Accreditation and Professional Credentialing Consortium, ends in January. So I finished my 2-year term and then somebody else will be taking over there. So please don't let that be a deterrent. My time that I have left to serve on those is limited. And my number one priority will be here. And then I want to foster and develop the members of PFA to take my place on some of these committees.
All right, thanks.
My next.
Yeah, you're number 9.
I'll try not to do your
Number 9.
Yeah, try to, try not to ask 2 questions at the same time. Very good.
No need for apology.
What happens when you have a mask and your glasses fall off? You try not to look down so much. Hey, Chris, let me describe a scenario for you and then have you respond. Let's assume someone was offended by a statement you made with a reference to a member of a minority group, using a term that individual deemed demeaning or inappropriate. What would your initial reaction? What do you think you would sense internally as you hear an allegation like that? And how would you address it if it's happened? How did you address it? What was the outcome?
I think that's a very good scenario to discuss. I think this goes back to understanding the culture and ethnicities in our community. I have been in a situation as a fire investigator in Overland Park when I was investigating a fire that had happened in a Indian family's house. And in their culture, I was trying to talk to the wife. That was inappropriate. I was supposed to talk to the husband. I did not know that. And so he did get offended. And so I pulled him aside and had a frank, conversation with him. And he explained their culture to me. And I told him I deeply apologize. I did not realize that. Quite frankly, that's on me. I should work to learn and understand the different cultures within my community and be better prepared to interact with them. And, and that's the kicker when we talk about a fire chief or any elected official, really. When a message is conveyed, there's not that intent to offend somebody, but one word you say may be completely offensive to somebody's culture or religious belief. And when they're offended, you have to be able to have that conversation with them and talk to them and take ownership of, you know what, I didn't realize that was a problem and I apologize for that. And I'm going to take this as a learning experience and ask them to please educate you. And that's been very productive and successful for me.
Thanks, Chris. So I have the next question. How do you envision the role of the fire chief in the community you serve beyond that as the leader of the employees and the department's operations? How have you fulfilled that role in past experiences or even your current role?
Yeah, I think this is a big one, and I think this is very important because anybody who's in the fire chief role shouldn't come in and punch the clock from 8 to 5. The fire chief should be out in the community and actively engaging the community. And what I'm talking about is being members or serving on boards within the community, but be a part of different community groups, be it the Elks, helping to feed homeless people, to help deliver meals for Christmas, be it Catholic charities, be it a local church. There's so much that you can do as a fire chief going out into the community to understand what your community is going through by working with these charities and not just reading it in the paper or somebody coming and tell you, here's the issues that you're going to face within the PFA's jurisdiction. You have to be out there and boots on the ground and participating in those organizations that make a difference. And I have been very fortunate to be part of the Elks, Catholic charities, Catholic Church to help members of our community. I've also helped local nursing homes to deliver meals to shut-ins. My family and I took that as a annual tradition on the holidays to help take care of other people. And then we would also help on other times when we had availability. One of the cool things that we did in Kingman is that Chief Road shut the office down for a day and everybody went and helped at the local food pantry and helped box up meals for families. And that was tremendously impactful for us as an organization. And I think things like that should occur and be in it, and that innovative thinking and just that outreach within the community.
Good. One other question. Let you expand a little bit. Why should we select you as a fire chief? And what would you bring to the position?
I think that this is a great question. I think for this, I want to make sure that you guys understand if I am offered the opportunity to be the next fire chief, you're not getting somebody who's retiring from another department who's coming in here to work 5 or 7 years. You are getting a long-term fire chief. This is where I'm going to finish my career is at the PFA. You're looking at a 15 to 20-year career, and you're looking at somebody that's going to be able to develop long-term planning for the future of the organization, who is very data-driven and will be able to make sure that those plans are implemented and that the future sustainability of PFA is maintained. I think another benefit that I bring to the table is my relationships in the state of Colorado. I have close ties with the Colorado State Fire Chiefs. I have ties with the chiefs of various departments do my work with the state fire chiefs. I have ties to building warriors for behavioral health for fire chief officers. I am also the designated emergency response authority for Mesa County and Grand Junction Fire. So I understand what that means for Poudre Fire. And I think that's very critical for the fire chief to have that working knowledge, even though somebody else may be managing it, but the fire chief needs to understand that. I also have a full understanding of the Front Range Training Consortium, the tier, and the departments that participate in that. And that's innovative. That is a huge thing. But I also understand that as far as certifications go, I have ties to the Department of Fire Prevention and Control for the state and understand that the JPRs that are typically done for annual certifications, that the training consortium is already meeting that. And if DFPC comes into the training division, training consortium and asks for the records, they're there. And actually the consortium is going above and beyond the requirements. Also my work through DFPC, last year I acquired $290,000 through grants for $250,000 for reconstruction of a fire station in Junction and $40,000 for hazmat equipment. and I have a working knowledge of that, and I can acquire more funds through there. I also have strong ties to the Assistance to Firefighter Grant Program, where I've acquired over $7 million for various departments across the country. And I was faced with a equipment shortfall in Junction last year when we had to take a 30% cut to our operations budget. I applied for a grant to replace our self-contained breathing apparatus and acquired $480,000 to complete that project. I'm currently helping Cheyenne, Wyoming with a grant to get apparatus and staffing. So I have a lot of outreach within the local region. I also, as I mentioned, am the co-chair for the Rocky Mountain Accreditation and Professional Credentialing Consortium, where I've fostered strong relationships in the region to where I already have close ties to various fire chiefs. So I have that understanding. And the last piece that I have is I have an understanding of the EMS certification process and how that works. And I think all these items are things that the fire chief needs to have an understanding about. And if I'm offered the opportunity to be the next fire chief here, I can hit the ground running because I already have these ties and there won't be that learning curve. I will say that I do feel like my 24 years of increasingly responsible fire experience has given me the tools to be successful in this position. And I will say that the other candidates are great people, but I do truly feel like I'm the best qualified candidate. And I am asking for the position to be the next fire chief here. And I will tell you that you will not be disappointed with that decision.
Any questions you'd like to ask this board?
No, I just want to let you know I have appreciated the hospitality and the interaction with the members of the PFA, and a lot of my questions were answered from interacting with them.
Yes.
We have a little bit of time.
Oh,
Can
sure.
I ask a couple follow-up questions? And Chris, I want to sort of preface my question by giving you a chance to explain some things that might be concerns. Number one, as I look at your experience, it looks like you had an amazing run in Overland Park with 18 years, I think it is. And then in the city of Kingman, Arizona was 3 years. And then the city of Grand Junction is between 1 and 2 years. I'm not sure of the dates. So question number one is, can you talk about the most recent frequent turnover in these two positions?
Yeah, certainly.
And then I've got a follow-up.
Okay. Let me go ahead and answer question one first. Yeah, this one for me, back in Kingman, when I started there, Chief Rhodes and me, when he hired me, gave me a lot of great opportunities and instilled 3 priorities in me for my life. To where I'll be honest with you, in Overland Park, I didn't have those 3 priorities. I lost sight of those. And for me, those 3 priorities are God, family, job. And so what has happened in Kingman is my wife is a type 1 diabetic. So in order for me to ensure that she got appropriate care, we had to drive to Phoenix. So a 3.5-hour drive for her to go see an endocrinologist. That became a little lengthy and not really feasible. So I did express my concern to Chief Rhodes on that, and he agreed. So when Grand Junction opened up, I did do some research, and they had a couple endocrinologists in town. So I did let Chief Rhodes know that I was going to apply for that, and he fully supported that because I had the priority of family in mind. So moved to Grand Junction, things were going well, and then the 2 endocrinologists closed up shop. And then we were told we had to go to Edwards, Colorado for my wife to see an endocrinologist. So we started doing that. That endocrinologist closed up shop. So now we were told that we had to find an endocrinologist in Denver. And that was a struggle to where now we're having to drive 4.5 hours for her to see a doctor to make sure that my wife's health is taken care of. So the main reason that I'm looking to come here and to take that leap into a fire chief position is the number 1 priority for my wife. There is more than enough healthcare in the Fort Collins area to make sure she's taken care of. And if something were to happen to where all those closed up shop, there's plenty of healthcare options in Denver, and it's not a far drive. I will tell you, I have no ill will toward Grand Junction. Fabulous fire department, love the people there, love the community, but I have to do what's right for my family. And that is why I'm trying to do this. As far as transitioning from a deputy chief to a fire chief, a lot of the departments that I have helped do the consortium and done site visits on, the chiefs have pulled me aside and said, hey, when are you going to take that step and get your own department? You have helped our department out tremendously. It's time for you to do that. And so I took that feedback, and that's why I'm here today. I hope that answers it.
Well, you answered almost the second question I was
did-
going to ask you,
okay.
and I didn't even ask.
Perfect.
So well done. So you've mentioned the other candidates that we're going to be meeting with tonight. And you talked about being the most qualified or the most, all three of them have been chiefs before. So I'd like for you to get a chance to speak to just what you alluded to. You've not been a direct report to an elected board, or in Grand Junction's case, the city manager. So could you just share some of your thoughts about that? And I get the trajectory and you're ready. I appreciate that. So maybe one way of asking is, what do you see your vulnerabilities coming into an organization like the size of PFA as not having been a chief? Your strengths are well described. What do you see as maybe your learning or your early vulnerabilities being in a new role?
I think the learning and the vulnerabilities is just getting into that, finding my center, if you will, in that position, working with the board to understand what your expectations are, and then making sure that I address those expectations, and also making sure that we have that line of communication with each other, to where if I don't understand something or I'm struggling with something, I can come to you guys and I can properly address it with you. And keeping you in the loop, that's a huge thing for me as well. I have had a lot of opportunities to be the acting fire chief at Grand Junction. And when anything occurs in Grand Junction, I make sure that I'm texting City Manager Caton, or that I'm calling him, so that he does not hear about this on the news. We have a great working relationship. I understand what City Manager Caton wants from our organization, and that's been clearly communicated to Chief Watkins, myself, and the other deputy chief. So I feel like we have that interaction. There's that open door with him there, and it's been quite honestly phenomenal. One of the best city manager relationships I've seen. No offense. But I would say, I think another thing that sets me apart from the other candidates is something that I mentioned, I believe, on one of our first interviews, is I have led, and Junction's about to be number 3, 2 fire departments to ISO Class 1 accreditation, and that's pretty elite status for a fire department. There are not many departments in the country who have achieved that, and I've set the foundation, and Grand Junction will be an ISO Class 1 accredited department with the systems I've put in place. So I think that separates me from them as well, because I actually had multiple fire chiefs in Kingman that scheduled time to come sit down with my team to figure out how in the heck did we go from an ISO Class 4 to ISO Class 1 accredited organization in 1 year. So that was pretty impressive. And so I have had also opportunities to interact with city council. And I understand that with board dynamics and everything, that things change as different members rotate through. And I understand the importance of understanding what each person expects. And I can bring that here. I do truly feel that I can hit the ground running with my experiences and my ties in Colorado, and everything that I've accomplished as I've had in my eyes, 3 of the best mentors in the fire service: Chief Brian Diener from Overland Park, Chief Jake Rhodes, and Chief Ken Watkins, as they have developed me to be able to successfully come in and take this position.
Thanks a lot.
Well, Chris, if you hit the ground running, tell me how you envisioning your first 100 days here.
Let me pull it. No, I'm kidding. My first 100 days, and I've heard the horror stories of people coming in with a 6-page 100-day plan. First of all, I have to come and meet with all the crews. I have to get to know them. I have to understand what are their concerns. And I have to work with my command staff to get that list and then take those concerns that the crews give me and then outline a operational plan to address those with specific timeframes and benchmarks of what we're going to measure to make sure we're working toward that. That would be the first thing that I would work on, and then that would build even further. As some of those items, I will tell you, you can't fix in 100 days, but some of them, the low-hanging fruit, we could probably make some progress. And I had that experience in Grand Junction to where I was able to address some of that low-hanging fruit that didn't seem like much to us in administration, but to the troops in the station, it felt like the world to them, and we made a difference.
I have one other further question, is that we give the fire chief here a lot of authority. He runs the department. How would you make sure that, and you've got a diverse board here, you've got 3 people from the city, 2 from a fire district. How would you ensure that all board members receive the same information in a timely fashion on the changes or issues that impact the board or impact PFA, excuse me?
I think obviously during the board meetings, present that information, but there's going to be opportunities to where I need to communicate with you outside of that to let you know that we had an emergent situation coming up and we have to deal with this, and make sure that that communication plan is put in writing to specifically what we're going to do, what the problem is, how I'm going to address it, and make sure that that gets to you guys to evaluate. And if you guys have concerns with it, that we communicate that. I am not opposed to calling somebody. Again, I go back to my relationship with City Manager Caton. I've called him at 3 o'clock in the morning before to let him know what was going on. And if I need to pick up the phone and call you guys, I'm going to call you because you need to be in the loop about what's going on in the organization and not surprised by anything.
Any other board members, questions? Yeah, we're doing on time, man. I forgot.
We have gold and we have, we're perfect.
Yeah,
So well done.
great.
Any questions for us?
No, I really appreciate it. Thank you for having me here. And, if I'm given this opportunity, I'm looking forward to it. And I feel like I can be tremendously successful in this role.
Another question is KU plays CU, who's going to win?
I'm sorry.
Careful.
Can I plead the fifth on that one? Is that okay?
Thank you very much, Chris.
Good job, Chris.
Appreciate you taking the time to come and visit us.
Thank you.
See, Mike, how would you answer that?
Thank you, Chris. I know how Mike works.
How is it, Mike?
Can I, Chair, can I?
Absolutely.
You may not know, he's a KU MPA alum as well, so.
Okay, I feel good now.
Yeah. So you could have spoken your heart and he would have resonated.
I'm sitting there like, ooh, this could be bad. I should probably plead the fifth because I don't want to lose an opportunity because I say, go Jayhawks. Thank you.
I did work under Dr. Steen. I don't know if you heard his name at KU. He was the first guy that put that program together.
Yeah, I got to tell you, the best educational program I've been part of. It did wonders for me.
Yeah, Darren hires several KU.
Every once in a while.
Hey, you people are great.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. You guys have a good evening.
Take care, Chris. She's staring at me. She's looking up.
I tried to warn him.
I know, I'm teasing. So are we live still?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Mike, can you shut us off?
I can, I
On a
think,
break?
if it's preferred. Let me just double check that with Patty. Are you ready to go on?
This is Kirsten. I think you need to stay in public session until you make the motion to go into executive session.
We are perfect on schedule.
You guys ready to go on? Darren?
We were born ready to go on, Mike.
Emily, you okay?
Yep.
Show me in.
Emily was born ready as well, Mike.
Oh, yeah. Next one is Derek.
Correct.
Okay.
And Darren, I think those questions that you added on are very pertinent.
Everybody, we're going to introduce the
Good afternoon.
Bergsten, Chief from Rockford, Illinois.
Hello. Pleasure to meet you.
Good to meet
Hey,
you.
hello.
Hello, how are
Yeah,
you?
I think it's we.
All right.
See you, Dad. Good to see you. And welcome.
How are you? Good to see you.
Wonderful. Nice to see you.
Hey, Darren. Hey,
How are you doing?
I'm
Nice
doing
to
well.
see you.
Nice to see you.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, how are
Nice to see you.
You too.
Room's becoming pretty familiar here.
Yeah, this is.
Spending some time in here?
Just a little bit. What's
Have
that?
all the interviews been done in here?
All today and then the panels, yes. Yep.
You like the room?
Really? I'll like it about an hour, a lot better, but.
This will be your favorite group.
All
It's the
right.
most fun for sure.
All right, well, I gotta say, Ann's group is taking the lead so far, so.
Eric, if you want to take off your mask, it's all right
Okay.
with Darren. I mean, for me.
All right.
Well, again, welcome back.
Thank you very much. Very humbling to be here sitting in front of you. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say that the last 2 days, all of your staff, incredible, very professional, informative. Had some great dialogues today and just very impressed. You know, everything that I've been studying and looking at meets up to that. So just want to make sure you're aware, especially as a board, of what a great department you have, which I know you know, but coming from the outside with accreditation, being a team leader, going to several departments, you know, across the nation, yours is in that top rank. So, you know, kudos to you and your entire department.
Here, thanks.
Thank you. It's good to have another outside perspective. Oh, here we go. All right. We're just trying to get another feel for a little bit more about you. So we're interested in learning about you as a person. And you describe what leaders do you look up to, and how would you describe your own leadership style?
Sure. So over my career, there's several leaders that I looked up to that mentored me. One being our past fire chief of the Rockford Fire Department. Well, I'll focus on something most recently. Our health department director, Dr. Sandra Martell. Up until about a year ago, I don't think there's many people in our community that would know who our health department director was. She was thrust into the COVID. She was front and center. We have press briefings 3 times a week. And us being in charge of the Emergency Management Center, we worked hand in hand. And it was early on in the first part of March that we reached out to her and said, you know, do you need some assistance? And she was overwhelmed. She said, yes, I do. So we activated our Emergency Operations Center. I think from what she does and how she deals with information, how quick it changes. And I feel sorry for every health department director because they can't make a right decision. They're criticized for everything they do, whether it's, you know, decreasing the amount of occupancy, then the businesses are upset, trying to keep down the COVID spread, when to wear a mask, not to wear a mask. But her being open to input and assistance. And I think that takes a leader to say, hey, I need some help. That, you know, I'm getting overwhelmed here. I need some assistance. And I think her having that quality is really something to look up to. And, you know, her and I work very well together. She now has me run the policy call that we have 3 times a week with all of our elected officials for the whole county and our hospital CEOs for updates on the COVID. And definitely that's one person I look up to. And as far as the characteristics that I have is, you know, kind of the same thing, that collaboration, being open and communicative. And I'm not afraid to ask for help because I don't have all the answers. We have great teams in our community that we rely on each other. And there are times when we become overwhelmed, just like this COVID, something we've never dealt with, a pandemic across the nation. How do we deal with that? And what's the best way? And the key thing is to get as much input as you can and support and work together and be united and solve those issues. And the big thing is to listen, to sit down and just listen to somebody and help them out when they need it. I think that's some of the qualities and characteristics that I have as far as leadership style, and definitely being participative. In what we do, that's what drew me to the fire service, was that we work as a team, and everything we do, we function as a team. And I think having that participative leadership style really makes a profound impact throughout your organization and the external organizations. Did I catch both parts of that?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, all right. It's different sitting on this side from where I usually am.
All right, I have a second question. Inclusion is important to our community and our emergency services. How will you build a more diverse workforce to reach out to communities that are underrepresented to ensure they are being served?
So I think what we did in our current community, so City of Rockford is a very diverse community. We're about 67% white, the rest are made up of minorities. And we've been, so back up, before I became chief, when I got my master's program, my capstone paper was on the diversity of our department and recruitment. Identified several action steps to take in there. One of my initiatives when I became chief was to put those into place. I went to my mayor and city council, said, if you're serious about, here's some possible ways to do that. And they were. So one was hiring a recruiter. Historically, we had relied recruitment up to our fire prevention bureau, and inspector would do it maybe 3 to 4 months ahead of a recruitment cycle. Never really got the relationships built within our community, identify that segment that we were targeting. We have a full-time recruiter. That is their job all year long. And they've had a profound impact. The last 6 years, we've really increased the amount of minorities and women that we've hired. And that was through many initiatives. Part of it is that we reached out to our high school district. The public school district, we're in what they call Alignment Rockford, where we go out and address kids that are interested in public safety. We have several of our members that serve on their boards that go to every high school to talk about the profession, talk about what it is. And then we also create an Explorer program that's tied in with the high school program. And that really helped out us, that we got kids in, that we were teaching them about the fire service, about EMS. And we told the school district, if they don't want to become firefighters, paramedics, that's great, but we're teaching them basic skills about accountability, about leadership. They're learning fire prevention skills, they're leading EMS. We train them on CPR in our hospitals with partners that provide that training for free. That was some of the great things that really helped out. And then that recruiter has established relationships with many of our religious organizations, all of our activist groups in town, that they call him, not even when we're doing recruitment, hey, would you come out? Could you talk about fire prevention? Could you talk about recruitment or the career? And those things that really have increased the amount of minorities we've been able to attract to the department. The other one is our university and community college. One thing that's really key in the fire service is it's all team oriented. So we thought, why don't we go talk to the women's teams at the colleges and the community college? We really had some good attraction from there because most of them weren't even aware of what the fire service entailed and what it pertained to. So we took them out to our training academy, gave them the ability, they could do ride-alongs, and that really resonated well with them to get some applications from them to be successful and be hired. But I think that's important. Just having the recruitment is fine, but you have to do the finished piece of the belonging, that they have to feel that they belong to our organization. I think that's one key thing, that we can invite them, but once they get there, they have to know that they have a voice that's going to be listened to, and then we're going to make sure they feel part of that organization. And we've garnered a lot of information for people to feel welcomed, that they feel at home at the department. When you work as a team in the fire department, it is your family. You're away from them a third of your year, and you want to feel that it is a safe place, that you are comfortable there. And I think we really made some initiatives by once they're hired that we listen to them of what can make them feel more at home.
May I ask a quick follow-up? So Derek, can you talk about just a few of those? When you listened and you heard
Sure.
feedback from people of color in your organization, what as a chief, what do you recall that a couple of things that might be relevant to the question?
Sure. Well, I could start out with one with the women, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So one example is that we have 14 women right now. A lot of them want to have families. So we had one of our first ones in the last 12 years. We did not have a nursing station. She wanted a nurse and we didn't have anything set up for that. And that was one thing that we listened, like, okay, what can we do to make you feel at home here to accommodate that? And so now we make sure that we have that. Once someone identifies that they are pregnant, that we facilitate that and make sure that they feel welcome. The other is just with the communities that we interact into, that we understand where people come from. You know, you talk about the golden rule, but I'm an advocate of the platinum rule, that we treat people how they want to be treated. So many of our African-American group, you know, that we talk to, they give us a lot of great input of how we address those communities, of what they're afraid of, and then really where to target. They're like, it's great you're doing high school, but you need to target that segment in middle school. That 6th, 7th, and 8th grade is critical. And they give us some examples of some of their home life. And then the other is, a lot of us, we have family members that haven't achieved college. If we could get a leg up. So we reached out to RAM, which is our Rockford area minority management organization in town. Becky Cook-Kindle, who's the CEO that I was friends with, also serve on a health board with her. They give scholarships every year to African-Americans in our community. And I said, hey, can we partner with you and give 2 scholarships away? She said, that'd be great because we have limited funds. Now we can have 2 more children that are graduating high school that are from our community to give them a leg up to go to college. So we partner with our community college. We now give 2 scholarships every year through the RAM scholarship that they can attend our community college and get an associate's in fire science degree, and it's paid for by us, everything. And then that gives them a direct conduit to our organization that we know about them. And even if, like I said, you don't, when they get the scholarship, like, well, do I have to be on the fire department? Like, no, we just want you to find out, you know, what it is about. And of course they show an interest as we go through an application process and interview. But I think that's one of the key things that came out of those discussions and feedback from our own members, because one of them was a RAM scholarship winner like 15 years earlier. And he said, this would be great. If you had it then, I would have applied for it. And then that gets us a relationship with that member. And then that just continues to build. And you don't have to have a big solution for big problems. We make small ones that kind of build on it. And then they exponentially, you know, get us to where we want to be.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Derek, I have the next question. Politics is a constant background concern for managing relationships with elected officials as well as employees. Tell us about a time when a decision made above your level had a negative impact on your staff. And how did you explain that decision to the employees, and what was the response?
Well, we don't really have politics in Illinois, so.
Okay.
All seriousness, it's probably the largest political decision that impacted, that was very impactful to our organization was, I was recently promoted chief in 2008. Our leadership team, the mayor and city manager, had a very adversarial relationship with all the collective bargaining units, the police, fire, and public works. Coming in the position new, they were at contract odds. They wanted to decrease minimum staffing. So in Illinois, we have in our collective bargaining agreement amount of people that we have to have on duty every day. It was 62. That is a sacred thing with collective bargaining agreements in the state of Illinois, minimum staffing. The city said that they wanted to go to arbitration. They wanted to push the issue, and they wanted to decrease staffing by 3 people per day, which came out to about 17 full-time positions. I presented a case of what the impacts would be. At that time, we were pushing for additional ambulances. We only had 5, and we were doing about 20,000 calls, which was a heavy workload. They wanted to make the decision to decrease staffing and not add ambulances. That was a decision I had to take back to my command staff. And I remember vividly that day breaking that information to them. And I said, hey, this is a decision that was made. We have to follow through with it. And the biggest thing that we have to adjust any of our SOPs, policies to align with that's changing our operation. And that was probably the most difficult thing that we had to work through. It went to arbitration, and it wasn't until 9 months later that we got the decision. We got the decision on a Tuesday. Arbitrator said this decision will go into effect 24 hours later. So within 24 hours, we had to enact dropping our staffing on 3 of our apparatus right away, and that impacted SOPs, but we had, prepared for that. We made sure that we worked with all the command staff. We made sure we worked with the bargaining unit of what the potential impacts could be. And the thing we focused on was our data. It's like, what do we do on our end to make sure that our members are safe? and that the citizens are going to get the same delivery or close to as they currently expect. I think that was probably the toughest thing for an entire organization to go through probably over the last 30 years, is have such a drastic cut. And the other one is, how do you make your members feel that it's going to be okay? You know, we had to make sure everybody knew they weren't going to get laid off. That was part of the agreement, you know, that no one's going to get laid off. It's going to be through attrition, to make sure that everyone understood that and make sure they're going to be safe, and that we have the appropriate amount of personnel that responded to call for effective response force. But that still was a very difficult thing that we had to be over communicative and prepare for, and preparation equals performance. And I think that really carried the weight there, that we were prepared for what was going to happen, and that we were able to come through it, you know, in a positive as best we could with that decision that was made that we had to enact.
You're welcome. Great. Hey, well, Derek, based on what you know about PFA, what do you believe can be improved? Why did you select that specific area, and how would you go about, you know, accomplishing that issue?
Sure. So I had a couple, like you kind of worked through some of the stuff in your head, and that kind of changed today. Had some really frank discussions with the leadership team. At the end, they said, "Do you have any questions for us?" And I said, "Oh, yes, I do." And so we had some great discussion with your leadership team. And I think that probably changed my perspective at the time. And one common word that came up with everybody was clarity. And I asked for further definition of that. And it was that everybody understands the mission, that everybody is aligned, and that everybody knows they're supported. And I think that was one thing that I would address, be the first thing. And I told the leadership team also that I would lean heavily on them with their institutional knowledge and their historical background of how do we make sure that we have clarity, not just for you, but for the entire organization. And I think that's paramount, not having that clarity of your mission statement, of what your goals are and what everyone's role is, creates some type of turmoil that, you know, people start filling in gaps with inaccurate information. They start, you know, kind of getting outside the guidelines of where you want them to be in an organization. I think that would be the process. That would be achieved through first thing, meeting with the command staff for me to get a full comprehension of what all that is about. And then working with the command staff, develop a plan. How do we communicate that message, that everyone's in agreement with that message? And how do we relay it? And then also, how do we get feedback that the message was understood? We can post our mission, vision, or strategic objectives. How do people get buy-in? How are they going to be supportive of it? And how are they going to get behind it? And I think that's the key thing that kind of changed, you know, my perspective coming here today, Mr. Summers. Did that answer?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
So Derek, my question is going to be a little bit similar to Ken's, but let me just read it to you. And if you want me to clarify, I'm happy to. So from the research, what you've done related to this position, what is the biggest concern that you have about the organization and the greatest concern that you have about this fire chief position? So I think what Ken was asking about is improvement. And so maybe they're tied together, maybe not.
Sure.
But
So the first one's concern for the department, and then concern as a chief.
exactly.
All right, so I think, you know, kind of tying in with that concern for the department be the communication process. And part of that, you know, ties in with a couple of things mentioned earlier about people feel they belong, but they have a voice, that there's a process in place that message can be communicated. You just got reaccredited, congratulations. That's a tremendous amount of work and effort that goes into that. Your department is high performing. Read your recommendations, nothing major in the recommendations. I mean, you are hitting all the major objectives. But I think that communication is key to everything, and to find a way to address that. I think as the chief, tying that together is that person's responsibility to make sure that message is clear and is communicated throughout the entire organization, and that everyone feels they're supported. And that ties in that they belong to this organization, that they know they have a voice, that they're supported, and that they have a way to have input, and through various ways, you know, to get that message back and forth. And I think that's probably, you know, as the department, your response, how you operate is top shelf. I mean, you are accredited. I mean, there's not much more I have to say than that. And then as a chief, that he has to be the conduit for that, to facilitate how that happens, to make sure that it is clear to everyone. Did that cover both parts?
Thank you.
Okay, Derek, since you had a chance to spend some time talking with various people, you're aware that we found ourselves in a conflict with our local union. And they issued a vote of no confidence in June of 2020. Can you tell us about a time when you were in a conflict with an employee group and how you resolved it? And if we were to ask those employees how it was addressed, what would they say?
Sure. So I'll give a recent example. So we have a paramedic general order of what's required of you to be trained, how many times you get to challenge a national registry test, what's the frequency of remediation. And then ultimately, if you don't pass, you go to the Board of Fire and Police Commission for termination. We're altering that agreement. So in Illinois, the union can file a demand to bargain and grievance if we change the policy. That was filed. So we spent the next probably 4.5, 5 months sitting down, going through, listening to their concerns, adjusting, because we had new rules placed on us. The state of Illinois used to give their own tests through the Illinois Department of Public Health. They adopted the National Registry, which had different protocols. So I think the big thing with that was that we sat down and listened and worked together. We had numerous meetings. We crafted the language back and forth. And I think to have that open dialogue and respect for each other, that's how we work through it. It's time consuming, but you have to do that to make sure that it's done right and that everyone has their interests listened to, and that sets a tone for how everything's handled after that. That's probably the most recent example that we had. And if you were to talk to the members on the executive board, they would say that they were listened to, that their concerns were addressed. At the end of the day, we wanted to make sure we have a tremendous investment in our firefighters that we hire. To send them through paramedic class costs about $250,000 per student of overtime. The hospitals provide the class at no cost. But we have a large investment. We want to make sure that they're successful in getting through the paramedic class. And the new test standards are very difficult and rigorous. And we had a new group going through for the first time. So we wanted to make sure that we had that process laid out. And the other thing was that communication, that everybody in that paramedic class and the future paramedic classes understood what the expectations of them were and how the organization was going to support them. So I think that would be a most recent example. That covered the last part was the feedback. Okay, thank you.
All right. Describe any innovative policies or programs that you have implemented in terms of employee fitness and wellness.
Employee fitness and wellness. So you have an incredible wellness or mental health program here. That's one thing that we started in Rockford about 10 years ago. We worked with our partners at our mental health facility that does drug and alcohol treatment. Went to the experts to ask them, what would a great program look like? They helped us craft that. We developed a peer-to-peer program similar you have here. We also have some other tenants because we know that not every member is saying they don't have the same needs. So we have a chaplain's opportunity. And then we also reached out to the Human Resources Department of the city and asked them, our current EAP program was not working. Everyone has to post the numbers at their workplace. You call, one time we had a call and they said they could have someone out in 48 hours. Well, that didn't work out for us. We had a critical incident stress. Some members were having issues. So we sat down with HR and said, hey, this is what we would like to see when you go out for a proposal for a new EAP program. They listened to us. HR director was fully on board. So now the EAP program, we have counselors that are certified in dealing with emergency responders. There's a 80-hour training class in Illinois that they can take. And then also they do ride-alongs on our fire apparatus and our ambulances, and they visit the fire stations. That makes a huge impact that now our members see a face, so they can put a face with a name, and that really resonates well. Now our effort is focused on the preventative side. One thing when I meet with new recruits, I tell them that this job is the greatest career in the world, but you are going to be changed at the end of this career. You're going to see things that you've never seen in your life. You're going to be put in situations that are very demanding, very stressful. And it is okay to have issues with that. It's okay to have an outlet, but I want you to make sure that you have the resources on the preventative side to understand when you're being impacted and then an avenue to go to seek help and just talk. And my goal is long-term is that if anybody has any trouble or trouble with a call, that is treated just like a sprained ankle. They can say, hey, I need to talk to somebody, and there's no negative stigma with that. That would be a great environment for me right there to see that. Since I worked with Rosecrans. I'm on the board of directors of the Forian program, which is specifically designated for emergency responders and military. The nice thing is they're based out of Rockford, but we have members from all across the United States around that board of directors, and we share those new ideas and innovative practices. Our focus now is on the family members, because a significant other or the family members are going to know if that firefighter is having an issue, because firefighters are good at hiding things at work. Like, hey, I'm okay, I'm all good. But a family member is going to know if somebody's not sleeping or they're irritable, and for them to know what resources they can reach out to. And I think that's the big thing, to have that whole circle completed. We now give a talk to all of our recruits. We bring the families in, give them the same information so they have it. And then it's an ongoing training that we do on an annual basis with all of our members about mental health. Physical fitness, that's another one we're focused on. We have a wellness center in our city that's provided at no cost to our members. We're currently working on an agreement with the union to do the NFPA physicals, which I know that you already implemented last year. So that's some of the health initiatives that we're working to, and cancer reduction. A lot of those initiatives in the station, vehicle exhaust, turnout gear cleaning. And then we do air monitoring all of our fire calls, and we went to clean cabs. So nothing that goes into fires inside the cab, because that does cause cancer, what we have in our turnout gear.
So Derek, describe your leadership style, which ensures that you're leading well in your home organization as you accept outside engagements.
Leading well my own organization as I accept outside engagements, you said?
How do you balance that?
All right.
What's your style around that?
I'd say the first balance is at home. So I got to make sure that's balanced.
Yeah.
But at work is that, you know, your team. We work well together. We cover for each other. We have a small administrative staff. It's myself and 3 other division chiefs, managing 333 members out of 5 divisions. So we have a small command staff. And I think it's important that we rely on each other. We have a policy that only one of us is off at a time, because if we do have a major incident, we fill in behind our district chiefs to respond to calls. I think it's definitely a balance, and then also priority. You know, what's important to be involved in, what brings value to our organization. And anything that I do, I talk to my team. It's like, hey, I was asked to be on this committee. Do you think this provides value to our organization? Is this, and then talk about the time commitment. Is this something that, you know, we can support working together? And I think it's great that we work cohesively like that. And it's like, you know what? I've heard of someone else, you know, it's really not much benefit for our organization, because when one of us goes away, no one's doing our work. It's all there when we get back. So it's great to go out, but then you also know that I have this stack of emails or papers that I have to address. So it's all about value added. And I think that's the important thing, is you have that communication, because I don't want to put extra work on my own team for something that's not going to bring value. And I will say, they don't like that I'm a team leader for accreditation. Not that it takes me away, but when I come back, I have ideas. It's like, hey, I just saw this great, like, oh, here we go. He's got another program. It's like, but I mean, and that's a selfish part of I get to go out and go through an entire organization and see the great stuff that they're doing, and, you know, bring that back to our own organization. But I am on Commission on Professional Credentialing. I'm the chair of that through CIPSE. I feel very strongly about succession planning, about development of our personnel. And that's something I feel very strongly about. And I think that brings a lot of value to our organization. A couple other organizations, I'm on the National NFPA Committee for 1221, which does 911 centers. We run our own 911 center, and something I'm very passionate about also is, you know, what's the best service to the citizens with technology changing, with receiving text and video, and how do we incorporate that to set the standards across the United States that best serves the telecommunicator and best serves responders and the citizens. So I think it's definitely a balance. And, you know, I mentioned earlier, but it's definitely a discussion I have with my family, because time away from them, that's my primary focus, is my family, to support them, and how much they support me, especially just going through this process, you know, really opened my eyes of, you know, how valuable they are and how much we care for each other. So I think that's having those discussions and being open about it with your leadership team is the biggest thing.
Derek, I want to describe a situation, have you, you know, think about it, reflect and respond. Say someone was offended by a statement you made where a reference where you made a reference to a member of a minority group using the term that the individual found demeaning and inappropriate. What do you think your initial reaction would be? What do you think you would be sensing internally as you hear that allegation? And how would you address it if it's happened? How did you address it? And what was the outcome?
Of something I said or a member said?
Something that you said, yeah.
Okay. Well, first of all, I've never used anything inappropriate as far as talking about demographics. I'm very cognizant of that. Like I said, we have a very diverse organization, very diverse community that I'm engaged in on a frequent basis. I think it really goes to, like I mentioned earlier, that platinum rule, that we talk with each other and make sure I ask, how do you want to be treated? How do you want to be referred to? I think it's very cognizant to be of that and to listen and, just to have that open lines of communication. In our organization, this is something I feel very strongly about. Every recruit class, I personally go out and I speak with the recruits for 4 hours, and probably about 45 minutes to an hour of that is talking about these topics, about a hostile work environment, sexual harassment, racial slurs, of how you treat our members, how we treat our citizens, because I feel very passionate about that we treat everyone with respect. There's 2 instances in our city that you can circumvent the chain of command. That is if you're exposed to a hostile work environment, sexual harassment, or any type of racial treatment, you come directly to myself or to the HR director. In instances where this has happened, we deal with it immediately. I call the HR director and myself, we get together, we interview the groups, and we find out what the issue was, and then we address it.
I mean, if there was an individual, if there was maybe something you said in innocent, not realizing it was offensive, how would you address that? What would be your response?
Well, I would first apologize that the person brought up, hey, you offended me, that we would have those discussions, say, well, how would you like to be referred to? And because by no means would I ever intentionally offend anyone. I think it's very important that you're cognizant of who your audience is. Like I said, we have very diverse groups that we deal with in the community. I go out and speak frequently to those groups across the community on a regular basis. And I make sure that I know who my audience is and, make sure I treat them with as much respect as they treat me, because I think that's important, because it's a reflection of the organization and myself.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So I might want to come back to that topic.
Sure.
And I'll just, but let me get to the final question. Well, I think like maybe the final question, but Derek, you've kind of touched on this indirectly already, but how do you envision the role of the fire chief in the community you serve beyond that as the leader of your colleagues and the department's operations? How have you fulfilled that role in the past? So again, how do you envision the role of the fire chief in the community you serve beyond that as the leader of employees and department operations? And how have you fulfilled that role in Rockford?
Sure. So I think the fire chief plays a key role in the community. I'm involved in many groups. One thing I was asked to be on, we have Transform Rockford that was funded by Tom Genren from Woodward Governor, served on their Unity Pride and Culture segment with another member of our community. And when they see that what you stand for, your values, not of just yourself, but your organization, people rely on that and they look for you to be part. Many times when they're beginning new programs or groups, they ask, Chief, would you mind being part of our organization to have your input? And I welcome that. And I think that's one of the things that you really want to strive for, is that you are someone that the community goes to. And I think that kind of ties in what I mentioned earlier, that the health department director, asked, hey, Chief Bergsten, would you mind heading up the policy call, 3 times a week to coordinate and facilitate all 3 hospital systems, one of our FHQC organizations, and also with all the elected officials. And I think having that respect, and then also not just known effectors in our community, but not known effectors, that you're reaching out to them because they have a multitude of ways to have impact on what we do on a daily basis. And then you find those similarities that you can work with each other and really not only move your organization forward, but it's about really benefiting the community. I view the fire service as playing a major role in the community that you serve. should be in the leadership role, should be respected. And, one that goes to that people come to for answers or for assistance to help the entire community. And a lot of the programs that we implement, the mobile integrated health, the mental health, we can't solve those by ourselves, but to get the buy-in from the entire community makes a big difference. And we really can improve what we're doing as we work together.
May I ask a question?
I have a couple. And we got plenty of time. We got another 25 minutes. So
I can come back to it if you'd like.
if you'd like to follow.
So you just shared a little bit about, the role of fire chief in the community. So as many places in North America, we're talking about diversity, equity, inclusivity, and it's very important in this community. And you've spoken to the diversity of Rockford and then also in your organization. Derek, I'm wanting to understand how do you leverage your role as a fire chief in that space? And maybe you've talked a lot about the workforce, and I really appreciate that. What about in community? This is a space where Fort Collins is, the city council has as a priority, and we're trying to see change in that space. So how, in the role of fire chief and community member, how do you leverage that role to sort of align with those community goals? Is that clear enough?
Yes. Yeah. So I think definitely to leverage that is you have to be visible. You have to be out there visiting those communities, whether it's through their religious organizations, their community groups, is come out to them and find out what they're looking for. A lot of our groups that we have within our community, we found out things that we did not know of what we could do on our end to make life easier for them. We have a segment of our population that is Serbian, that we would respond. So in the city of Rockford, there is no open burning. You cannot burn leaves, you can't burn anything. So during a time of year, they had a ceremony that was religious, that they would start these fires. Our fire companies would come out. It's a $150 fine. Well, that creates tension right there. So we went to them and said, hey, what is this? And explain. So we're like, we're going to put you in touch with the Fire Prevention Bureau. We know that this is a regular occurrence. We're going to get you permits, so this is legal. So we let our fire companies know, and then everything worked out. But I think it's small things like that you can have that positive interaction with somebody. And you like I said, then you go with your external groups of where are other areas that we can target within our community and be more precision based, more surgical of how we can really get to that group to build their trust, whether it's open up the fire station, talking about fire safety, providing smoke alarms. Because depending on who the demographics are, some people are afraid of fire and police. And so how do you break that down? And I think one thing that we work very well is our mobile integrated health program. Majority of our patients are minority based. They're socioeconomically challenged. They don't have high school diplomas. They can't, trying to navigate through the healthcare of their benefits through public aid is so difficult of what it is. We go into their home. We don't ask them to come to us. We come to them. Our community paramedic will sit down for a couple hours with them with an RN and explain their benefits and take the time. And that really resonates. And that's just not an impact on one person. That word spreads. And then people call up, hey, could I get some assistance from this, mobile integrated health paramedic? In those neighborhoods, we're finding out they're very closely knit and communicate. And I think that kind of is that ripple effect. Like if you throw a stone in the water, what kind of impacts you can have.
So I've got one more. And, as we're all as leaders challenged in this area, we all have our own vulnerabilities. What's your vulnerability in this work?
In the work of diversity or the That's a good question. Never really thought of that. Vulnerability.
Another way of saying it might be your growth areas. Where would you see your growth areas in this space?
So I think knowledge, like continue to gain understanding of the many demographics that we have in whatever community is. And to develop those relationships, you have to understand each other. And I think that would be one definite area for growth. That you sit down and talk and definitely listen and hear each other. I think that's where that can be taken across any continuum, but I think that would probably be the biggest area for growth because there's so much that I don't know that we could have, the fire service or EMS could interject in and assist people with that. And, found that out working on the ambulance too, is, many of the demographics when I was a paramedic. Some things that people would allow you to do and some wouldn't. It was based on religion. And, the big thing is, I'm here to provide the best level of care, but if it's something that you don't want, that's fine. Explain it to me and we'll find a workaround for it. I think, that big thing is having that communication with that person or that group. Did that cover? Okay.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it.
Eric, you've been at Rockford 31 years?
No. I just on March 7th, I will have my 27th anniversary.
7th anniversary.
I'm only 40 years old, so I'm not.
Only 40.
No, I'm not 40. I'm teasing. 27 years at the city of Rockford.
Tell me how you were selected the fire chief here in your first 100 days. I suspect in 27 years, you know the city of Rockford really well.
Yes.
And you know the players and the personalities and whatever. You're going to come into a brand new dynamic department and a brand new dynamic, exciting city. How would you use those 100 days, first 100 days to make an impact on community and on the department?
So I would think, I know the first thing would be to engage with this group. Who are my top members of this community that you feel I should reach out to develop that relationship? The call we had together with stakeholders today, many of them on that would be on that list. The sheriff, I've already talked with the police chief, made a call to him last week, just kind of get some background and talk to him. And then, talk with that list that you give me, that stakeholder group, and then talk with the leadership team. Who are you interacting with? And who would you like to? What areas do you see that we can have some potential growth? Or, hey, I wish we could have, known this, something that they're doing ahead of time. But I would rely on the leadership here of the authority and the board, and then also the command staff and the stakeholders. You have a list of them in your a strategic plan that you did. That would be the starting point. And then also at the same time, working on the clarity of the message, not only to the leadership team, but to the body of the organization, every member of the Food or Fire Authority.
How would you accomplish that with the authority staff?
So with the staff, this is something similar that I did when I took over as chief 12 years ago in Rockford. I sat down with the command staff. I came off the line as a company captain. So I went to the chief's position. Sit down with them, find out what their issues are, what the roadblocks are, what projects they would like to do, and where they saw the department going. We would work cohesively. And then the other was to go out to every station, meet with every member. We have 11 stations, 3 shifts, 286 members. That took a while. And then also meet with the officers on a separate. So met with all the lieutenants and captains, and then the members of the station. And honestly, those are some of the best conversations and feedback. People want to be heard. They want to be listened to, and not just to listen, but to provide feedback, to follow up. I appreciate all these ideas. This isn't going to happen the first year, but we're going to keep track of that and have some message back to them. So it wasn't just like they put it out there and it just went into no man's land, because that would defeat the whole purpose of taking the time and effort and energy to go out and meet with people one-on-one. That would be the big thing, is to get that message out and then sit with the union also and make sure that we understand where they're at, what their expectations are and what my expectations are. And I think to have those clear for everybody to understand. Did that cover all the aspects of that?
Hey, Derek, this is, I like the fact that in 2013, you went through the National Fire Academy Executive Fire Officer Program. This was after you were chief. So
Yes.
it seems like, being a lifelong learner, I guess maybe we kind of refer to it as, is a value that you hold. And of course, and then just in 2018, you did the executive leader program through NPS. Hey, tell about, how did you find about that? How did that program, how do you think that program added value to your leadership?
So that Naval Postgraduate School, that was incredible. I will tell you the caliber of people in that class, and that was fully funded by the federal government. I was sitting with Secret Service members, FBI, DEA, emergency managers for states. And the caliber of instructors that they brought in was unbelievable. We had the attorney that wrote the doctrine for interrogation during 9/11. He came and talked to us of how quick that environment changed, that he had to write the rules for the military to engage when they had to interrogate the terrorists. I mean, just to hear how that, and the biggest thing that they focus on is the critical thinking and the application process just to get into that. That was a whole, I mean, that was a year that I tried getting that program, and talk about rewarding. And I recommend that to my staff. I have 2 members that have applied, and just an incredible program. And again, it's fully funded by the federal government. It was great, and it really improved my critical thinking of how you look at problems and how you go about solve them. And then the relationships that you have in that group, that, you know, you can call up and ask some of the FEMA, our FEMA director was in our class for Region 5, which I'm at. We've, you know, encountered 2 federal disasters, 3 state disasters for our community, and to have that relationship that you can call up and say, hey, what's our best way to deal with this for reimbursement, for resources? That really provided a big impact on me personally, and how I look at problems and how you solve those.
Yeah, I understand that's an online program, isn't it?
No, it's all in person. So you go out to Monterey, California.
You go to Monterey.
Yes, yeah, that's a beautiful area too.
Yeah, actually, on a personal note, can I mention this? My brother just retired after 20 years as an instructor at the Post-Naval Graduate
Really?
Academy. Yeah,
Wow.
he helped develop their MBA program, and so.
It's an incredible, and I never knew about it till somebody turned me onto it about, 5-6 years ago. Hey, this is something you should try, and
Yeah,
very informative.
I know it's a great.
And the lifelong learning, I just completed my certified emergency manager from the International Association of Emergency Managers. That was about a year process with a written test and application process that was very in depth to achieve that. But I mean, that's something improvement for organization, but continuous for myself.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Board members have any questions? We have a few minutes left. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask us?
And I asked the leadership team too, was one thing, what do you see as your biggest challenge with a fire chief? Or what you would like to see that would, as a board member, of how you would like things communicated, or as far as support and how that interacts with the board?
Thoughts? We want to make sure we don't have another no vote of confidence.
I don't think anybody wants that. So I mean, that's,
That's a given. And
Yes.
That's what we're looking for, to make sure that those wounds are healed and that it doesn't happen again. And of course, we want to continue with the excellence that we've been doing so far, with always an eye for continued improvement.
I completely agree with you. And I think that message was very clear from the command staff also, that really, I mean, we talk about all the positions that you have. I mean, we dedicate time, energy, and effort and time away from our family. I mean, it's personal. We give back to the fire service, and all those things we take personal. And that's one thing I'm very cognizant of, is to make sure that relationship is strong. And my union president will say, we have disagreements. We go through a time where we don't get along the best, but the big thing is we're professional to each other and you work it out. An example gave you, have a couple others, but that's a big thing. You sit down, you talk through it, and you respect each other, and you come to a consensus at the end of it and work through those issues.
Derek, I know some of the questions asked about, your concerns about the position or whatever. I don't know if, what you're able to ask. Let me just put it this, an observation anyway, and you can address it. So seems like you spent, I know what it's like to be a Colorado native. I don't know what it's like to be an Illinois native. Illinois is home for you. You've been in the same department for 28 years, chief, since 2008. What's your processing in terms of, you know, a new community, a new department, new organization, you know, change in a community culture, all that sort of stuff. Comment a little bit about, do you think that, what kind of adjustment is that going to be? How will you handle that? How do you think your family will respond to that? You know, just curious about that, making that a kind of a transition like that if you were selected.
Yeah, excellent question. So when Chief DeMint told me he was retiring back in September, this was one department that I've kept my eye on. I have not applied for any other chief's position my entire career. Don't really have any intention to. Poudre Fire Authority is one of those top-notch departments, first class, that I could see myself working for, how it's set up. So when he told me that, I talked to my wife. She knew that also. We sat down, had a discussion. You know, is this something that we want to do? I'm very family oriented. My father lives 4 blocks from me. My mother-in-law's less than a mile. Like you said, born and raised in the community. This was like the right time with things that had gone on. I'm very happy where I'm at. I love our organization. I love the members. But I said, hey, would you want to go out and take a look? Let's take a look at the community to make sure. So we came out here in October. I met with Darren. I met with Tom. We had some very frank conversations. I wanted to make sure that eyes wide open, you know, had all the information that I wanted to, that I needed to know, and went back. And then I sat down with my kids and my father. And I said, all right, here's an opportunity here. I said, unless everyone's on board, it's not something I'm going to pursue. And all 3 of my children, they said, Dad, we're all on it. You know, we'd love to go to Colorado. We'd love to be there with you. And my father said the same thing. And I think that was one of those discussions that I'll remember, how that resonates. Like, you talk about your families, how much you care for each other. But when you sit down and have discussions about them leaving what we call home at the time, and my one daughter said it, home is where we're at. And if we're together, that's what counts in family. And honestly, for, you know, someone that it's like, my wife and I are like, that really resonated. You know, hey, whatever, you know, how we're hard on our kids, we're like, they're good kids. And through this whole process of how supportive they have been, and my coworkers, I will say the hardest thing when they called last Tuesday, I think it said you made it to the final, it's going to go public. When I sat down with my command staff, every single one of them said, we're so happy for you, but we're going to be sad that you're leaving. And I think that really, it may sound silly, but really warmed my heart that you had that support. And again, home is where your family is. And I think the community and what you have going out here is exciting. The growth, yeah, there's going to be challenges, but I love challenges. I mean, as you see the committees I'm on, it's like, I like to keep moving. I like to be involved, engaged. And the biggest thing is that I see I can make a positive impact. And if I can make a positive impact, not only on the organization, the Chair DeTulio talked about those relationships, to mend those, to support the command staff, the leadership, to support this board and be part of the community. That's exciting. That's what really gets me jazzed up, and just thinking about the opportunities here, and to have your family behind you is incredible. Just to have that support. And it's even members at the station were watching last night. When I got out, I had several, and it's just, I mean, that's what it's all about, is that, you know, everyone's wishing you well, and like, we're going to miss you, but you know, you're going to do a great job wherever you go. And I think that's, and these last 2 days have been hard for me because I don't ever talk about myself. I don't like it. It's always about the organization, about the people. And I think that's one of the things. And I hope that, you know, covered all the components of your question that you
Thank
had.
you for letting me ask that question.
Oh, you're
for your
welcome.
response.
Aaron, you said one more?
I want to respond to your question. First of all, I think someone who's trustworthy. I think that's really important. So, Derek, as you know, I play 2 roles. I'm a PFA board member. I'm also the city manager of Fort Collins. And this fire chief historically has reported directly to this board and to the district, but also as a partner at the city's executive leadership team. So there's kind of 2 different roles. So one, I would say trustworthy. Another one is, I would say, a communicator. Mike has talked about, we've all, you know, in one way or another over the past have expressed concerns about the communications, and we want to see that. We want to see that improved, but externally and internally. You've spoken a lot about excellence and also alignment with the city of Fort Collins and other other communities that PFA serves and the district serves. And then I would say, responsive, Chief Dement and the Potter Fire Authority leadership team has been extremely responsive over the last many years that I've been able to be on this board, and I'd like to see that continue. And then you can't be in Fort Collins and not talk about innovation. And so, you've spoken so highly about Potter Fire Authority and and the strength of the brand nationally, and I'm grateful for that. But I think part of that is because this community allows us to be innovative. And so you asked, that to me is really important in a new chief, those things. So
I appreciate that feedback.
and Rockford's lucky to have you. I have to say.
We have them, so. And I think in one of our, maybe it was Mr. DeTulio asked about communication. How do you ensure that every board member gets the same? I think that was a couple of weeks ago. So I have 14 council members that I report to. It's a strong council, weak mayor format. So those 14 members, that message is consistent, clear, and timely because I deliver it myself. We talk about when you talked about being gone. I will call on vacation. Not that I don't trust my staff, but it comes down to that clear, concise message. I do have staff members that fill in for council for me, but I think it's important to have that relationship, that you can interact with each other and that they have a question that everyone's getting the same message. 14 is a lot, but it's what I've become accustomed to. I mean, that's my council that I work with. Also communicate with my mayor. He was elected this last term. His first time he was a council member, and he has those same expectations of me. He said, I want you to treat me as mayor as you did as a council member. So I think that's a sign of a success that he was happy with the information that he was getting. He was in a ward of our community that is very busy, that I make sure, all of our activities going on, that's communicated, timely and concisely to him. And I think that kind of resonates what he said about, the communication style. I'm not going to lie that 5 board members looks a little more appealing than 14. But again,
Other board too, though.
yes.
Any more?
No.
Dave? Again, Dana?
Good.
Any more questions you'd like to ask us before we get 3 minutes?
No, I just again want to say thank you for me being here. It's very humbling. Again, your department is one that I admire, Chief Dement, the organization. And really today was to have that one-on-one conversation with the command staff. That's a relationship that I truly enjoy with my own organization because we do stuff, we treat each other as family, we do things outside of work, we're always there to support each other. And same thing as the entire department. I mentioned the command staff, I didn't want to scare them, but I go to almost every fire call or major incident we have in the city, not to be in charge to overlook, but it's to support them. I like to see the members any time of day or night, if I can provide support, and then on the interaction with the family members. And then also a lot of our district chiefs don't like the media. We have 3 TV stations. So they always say, Chief, will you just take care of that? So I do that for them so they can focus on what they're doing. But that's that relationship that I would bring to this organization from the ground all the way to the top, is being engaged, being visible, and accountable to them. And again, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Again, it's very humbling with the caliber of people, your organization, and the process that I've gone through.
Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for weathering us a little bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hopefully we'll see you again.
Thank you, Derek.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Derek. See ya.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Bet.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
See you there.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Appreciate your time.
So, Mike, you might want to adjourn for a dinner break. And then we'll.
Ken, you want to break for dinner?
Sure, I was gonna let the chief know that he was standing between, say, talk as long as you want, but just remember you're standing between us and food. So the longer you talk,
So we'll adjourn.
the less your score goes down, Kind of like,
Still on there?
go. Oh, sorry about that. My phone. I'm term limited, so it doesn't matter.
We're adjourned for a half
Okay.
hour.
Okay, good to see you. Great to see you. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Good to see you. Hi. What a long day. You're just about done.
2 days for you, huh?
Oh, yeah, for you guys, though.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
We're slowly moving through the process.
For the turtles or peanut butter.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get it.
You get it?
I do. I've been there. I understand.
Have you been enjoying your stay here?
Well, setting the weather up like you did, I appreciate that. That was really nice. This morning was amazing.
Yeah.
So if you could do that all the time,
Generally.
yeah, that's what Ann said. But yeah, it's been very enjoyable. Everybody's been nice. I just met a captain on the Ram that came in. I mean, everybody has been exceptional. So there's a little bit of feedback. It's good.
Well, we're interviewing four people. And, we might as well get started and well, so. Could you tell us what leader or leaders do you look up to and why, and how would you describe your own leadership style?
There are a lot. Interestingly, and this has no correlation to religion, but the current Pope is somebody that I've followed for a long time. He's a Jesuit, and he is like the epitome of a servant leader. And it's been incredibly awesome to watch him develop and make his way through the system and eventually be chosen as Pope. And anybody that can wash somebody's feet, and the poorest person that may not have ever showered, and respect that person and treat that person with humility and not judge. And that's for me, that is an important part of leadership, is the servant side, giving back, working for a common purpose, and bringing people with me through inspiration. I think that, of course, I picked the biggest person, not in the country, but that's who came to mind when you asked me right away.
Very good.
Right. Inclusion is important to our community and our emergency services. How will you build a more diverse workforce to reach out to communities that are underrepresented to ensure they are being served?
You know, that's been a recurrent theme between all of these interviews, and I appreciate the question, and I appreciate the commitment to move the dial a little bit on that. And I think there are things that we can do within the organization, starting with the fire chief, building an inclusive culture, getting out to our minority populations, our LGBT groups, our NAACP groups, our Latino groups, people that oftentimes don't have a voice. Nothing says more to me from in my situation now in Spokane, and I've got this feedback before, but it means a lot to them when the fire chief takes time to go out and talk to our Ukrainian population with a translator, but connect with them, because you learn so much. And when they see the head of the agency who's on TV all the time, and they recognize there is an instant authenticity opportunity that is there. And I think that's really what we need to do. From the macro level, we need to know where people are and what the demographics truly are in the fire authority. And that often comes with a very robust GIS program, adding the layers from a number of surveys that have occurred over the years, most recent one that we're going through right now, and include also the point in time count if you've got that data later. So you can kind of start looking and seeing what's out there. And then having the PIO or communication team look at the best way to communicate with those people. So if you have a block, I'm just looking behind your head at all the density maps. I mean, if we picked a little dot there and all of our Eastern European folks live in that area, that would be a target for community risk reduction and our communication people to start making contact with them. Printing up all of our handouts in their language, being present at all their events, or even events that they don't necessarily invite us to, we stop by and say hi. We need to be present in those communities and give them a voice. I think that's the primary message I'm trying to send.
So, Brian, politics is a constant background concern for managing relationships with elected officials as well as employees. So can you tell us about a time when a decision made above your level had a negative impact on your staff? How did you explain the decision to employees and what was their response?
So we're going through that right now. Just for terminology, so often when we're together in groups and we talk about politics, people instantly go to dirty. They think politics are dirty, and the synonym of politics is relationships, right? So it's not dirty to be a politician, and it's not dirty to involve yourself in politics. From the fire chief's role, we're apolitical. But from the relationship standpoint, very important. And I'll give you a case of something I'm dealing with right now that came to a head last night with our dispatch system. We used to have a fire communication system that dispatched 14 agencies, 100% of the agencies in Spokane County, my jurisdiction. That sat in my shop. It was a combined communication center, started 20 years ago, and it was working absolutely phenomenal. And our employees were the communication specialists, communication supervisors, division chief of communication. And all in all, we had about 25 very highly trained, motivated people that work for us. Through some maneuvering that was, I think, focused on the big picture being, we want to regionalize our communication system. We want to take police, sheriff, fire, EMS, and merge them into one. We built a building. It's a Spokane Fire Department's building. We put everybody in there. We eliminated all the redundancy between the systems. So, sheriff doesn't have their own backup system and their own CAD and their own everything. We moved everybody together 20 years ago. And we never had dropped the walls so that we could have this true interoperability and that we could take advantage of the redundancies with staff, to be quite frank. We don't need 16 supervisors and bosses. What we need are more call takers, and we need better processes. That's where it came from. And it came from the electeds, and it came from the desire to do better, to make a better system. And unfortunately, those are, I think there were 4 unions that were in that building. 3 of the 4 agreed and went forward with an optimistic attitude and really open-minded, had a growth mindset, and they saw the vision. Our group wanted to keep the work. And in Washington State, you cannot skim work. You cannot change those type of working conditions without bargaining the decision, not the impacts, but the decision. So we locked horns, and as a city, and that was a former city administrator and the last mayor, we locked horns pretty hard because it's like a rubber band. I talked in Ann's group about this yesterday, whenever it was. You have the reality, and then you have what your vision is, your expectation. And when you're here, when you're really close and you understand those two, there's no tension. But the farther you go away from each other, it's going to eventually break. They picketed. The decisions by the electeds were to essentially create a silo. So now in Spokane County, you have the city of Spokane Fire Department that dispatches about 50,000 calls a year. And then you have outside, which is a donut, everybody else. They sit in the same room. They operate on the same CAD, which we run, same phone system, recorders, everything. Local 29 people cannot interact or use the equipment, answer 911 calls, or help Shrek, and vice versa. So, from my perspective, it was hard. It's been hard because, our people are good, and I lost a lot of good people to Shrek because they saw the writing on the wall. And So now I'm in the middle, I'm completely in the middle. The council and the electeds want to take some of the tax money that's drawn in by the county and apply it to the Spokane Fire Department so that we could staff correctly. Right now, we have 2 communication specialists on duty for 24 hours at a time because we just don't have the people and we don't have the financing to do it correctly. So we're getting by as tight as we can. And there isn't a day that goes by that I don't have willies up my neck worried about it. And so for them to access those tax dollars to make us stronger and essentially build 2 disparate systems, they had to go to the legislature. So our electeds went to the legislature, created a bill that crafts out or cuts out cities with that could only be Spokane. It couldn't be any other county in the entire state of Washington. It was based on population with certain conditions, and it went to the floor and it passed. So now we're going to force electeds. They're going to have to sit down and negotiate this. The law says you have to create an ILA, an interlocal agreement, to work through this. And it may be a good thing, but it's certainly been really tough to communicate to the employees because every month it was like this. And people would ask where I would be. And I want to protect my employees because I truly care about them. But at the same time, I really care about the people calling 911. And if we can decrease that time, that's what we should be doing. But they're my employees. I really care about them. And so we're over the next probably couple months, we're going to be forced to sit it down and try to work this out. And it's unfortunate that Olympia has to be involved to get a local community to work together, but that's where we're going to be. It's a long story. I'm sorry, but that's, yeah, I'm a little passionate about it.
Great, Brian. Based on what you currently know about PFA, what do you believe could be improved? Why would you choose that area, and what would be your plan to address it?
Good question. I mean, I don't know what I don't know. And the discussion that I had with the staff earlier when we talked pretty openly and with candor was just that. I don't think any of us can look at an organization and not find areas to improve. And most oftentimes, those areas of improvement come from the people that are doing it. So for a new person to come into an organization and snap their whip and say, this is going to happen, I think that's misguided and it's extremely dangerous. I think the truth is this organization from a deployment standpoint is doing wonderful. From a financial standpoint, doing wonderful. From a morale standpoint, there's challenges. They're people. We're always going to have challenges with that. With the collective bargaining group, we're going to have challenges. And I think first off, what we really need to dig into is how we communicate with that collective bargaining group, work together to define what conflict is and how we work to communicate and hold each other accountable to those rules that we decide on, create a doctrine that will probably need to be facilitated by somebody from the IFF, from a larger organization that's been through this, that can talk their talk and walk their walk. And then somebody from the I chiefs who can come in, who's been through the same thing from a larger agency, understands the process and spend 3 or 4 days together and work it out. And that's incredibly important. It does a number of things. It puts all the cards on the table. It's completely transparent and it's honest. And when those rules are broken, you can hold them accountable to it, and vice versa. They can hold us accountable to it as well. There is a perception, and it's only a perception, of mistrust between a number of different groups. And that's not abnormal. That's because we have humans and that happens. Oftentimes, I think the easy thing to do is just throw communication. It's just communication. It's not just that. It's a much more complex issue. Complicated is single-minded. Do this, do this, do this, do this. That's complicated. We're not talking about that. We're dealing with humans. It's complex. There's a bunch of networks and there's a bunch of perceptions and there's a bunch of human beings out there who see things different than we do at the CEO or at the board level. And we need to narrow that gap and start working on those relationships and the trust in that group. And it's not a panacea. I'm not at all saying that it's easy and it's complicated and you do this, this, and this. We just have to be engaged. We need to come at it with a growth mindset, and we need to dig in and work. And you have a great team here. I'm concerned that there's not a number 2 that's ready to step up, to be candid. I think you need somebody in your number 2. We've seen across the country in agencies where chiefs have walked in and dropped their retirement papers, and they held all the information. And our jobs here as leadership is to prepare the organization to be sustained, to make sure that we don't have things drop off the table, and that there's somebody ready at every level, not just the fire chief, but also all those division chief positions. We need to have our eyes on the talent that are there. I mean, if Ann leaves, oh my God, we're hosed. There's a big vacuum of information there, and that's concerning. So we just need to start planning for that, and that's going to be an investment in mentoring. It's going to be an investment in administrative costs, because we're going to want to expose other people in the organization and look for talent out there who's interested, who's got what it takes to step up into those positions. In the field, it's easy. They act out. They get experience. We train them for that. Those skills are critical, but oftentimes we neglect the other ones. Like right now, I've got a number 2 that's ready to go, and up, down, all around. And I owe that to the community to make sure that happens. So those are a couple things that come to mind. But I just wanted to make sure, I mean, it's very humbling. I'm not coming in with any preconceived notions whatsoever. I know that I don't know. And the conversations with the staff yesterday is we're going to get away, and we're going to spend a lot of time together, knowing each other and developing a relationship, and we'll take care of each other. It needs to be a safe work environment. They need to be able to make mistakes, and they need to be able to share those mistakes and learn without fear of reprisal. And those are just a few things that I really believe in. I completely believe that we need to try things, and there's going to be mistakes. But if there's not a willful intent behind there, which with this group, you're not going to have that. We expect them to do some pretty incredible things. We need to stand behind them incredibly.
No, thank you.
So, Brian, thank you for that. And I want to ask a couple of follow-up questions to that, and then I'm next in line. So, so I was going to ask you, do you have exactly what you said in Spokane, and then there was a number 2? So you've already answered that. So,
yeah, Tom Williams is acting right now in my absence, and he's ready to go. And I recruited him specifically for that. Okay,
that's great to hear. The second thing that you made me think about is the relationship with the firefighters, and at the station level, and your connection in your current environment with those folks. So I hear, I mean, clearly, and it's the conversation has been around the elected and politics and so forth. If we were to travel out to Spokane and talk to your firefighters, 3, 5 randomly, what would they say about you as a leader and the connectedness that we're hoping for here?
Yeah, I think you would get good feedback. Of course, you're always going to have those outliers. You're always going to have those outliers. I talked to the union president that represents all of them. Talk to him first and get his insights, and talk to the union president before him and get his insights. I have a lot of friends that I've established. I've hired well over 100 people in the last couple of years, and I purposefully interview every single one. They go through all the stuff, all the backgrounds, everything that you're putting us through this type of a thing, and then they meet one-on-one with me, and I make sure with them, with looking in their eyes, that they meet the behaviors of a Spokane firefighter. And at that point, I have a relationship with them. When they go out into the field, or when they go out to the training academy, and their significant others or partners or best friends from our Uncle room. When they get together, when we have a family day and we're able to talk, I have a relationship with them. I think that's important. And I think I've demonstrated a pretty high level of trust. But you know how organizations are. It's a standard deviation. You're always going to have those people that no matter what you do, they're going to be dissatisfied. And I have those. I think you'll find those in any organization. Fort Collins probably too. And no matter what we do as an executive group to make their job easier or empower them, they're still going to be unhappy. So I think our people, and what I've kind of inspired them to do is focus on the other percent, focus on the standard deviation, do as much we can for the organization where it matters the most and where it's going to have the most impact. The other ones are going to retire out. The other ones are going to be surrounded by naysayers and they're just going to disappear. And that's proved true. So it depends what shift, station, and battalion you're in, depending on what you're going to get. This last year has been tough. I'm a people person, and not being able to go out to stations has been rough on me. So I've resorted to videos and communication, like I sent for my monthly chiefs briefing. I do that, and there's always conversations that I get after those, just text messages or phone calls. So I stay connected as much as I can. I think our biggest breakdown in our organization is with our battalion chiefs rank, that middle manager. And here you've only got 2 for 230 square miles. From the fire chief, in a traditional way, what we would used to do with command and control or chain of command is, the fire chief would give a direction and it would go to the division, the deputy, the assistant, blank, 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 blank. And then maybe 2 weeks later, when the battalion chief actually got to the station to talk to the crew who may or may not be there because they were on vacation, they get a normal message and information, it's kind of like playing telephone. It changes. And if it doesn't come from here, I'm not able to share the emphasis and the emotion. And I think that in person is important. Before COVID, I did task force meetings where I'd bring 3 or 4 companies together and meet in a station, and we would just talk. I had a list, but hardly ever did I touch that list. Most of the times it was feedback from the crews and asking questions, and they're not easy.
So lightning round question. How would you grade yourself in that space in communicating with the workforce? A being top drawer, F being failing.
I would hope maybe an A-. That's something that I honestly, I'm really proud of. My ability to communicate and the support of my people. I think that is incredibly important. COVID is, like I said, COVID's been challenging, but pre-COVID, absolutely. I mean, I probably, different system, obviously, but in a municipal system, there's a lot in our system, there's a lot of activity during the day. So I worked a 10-hour day, Monday through Thursday. And then Fridays, if I had time, I would pick up a hospital CEO, or I would pick up somebody from the community that I knew, or maybe a paramedic student that needed tubes. And I put myself in service in the system. And I would write in with patients, and I would talk to community members that were going through the worst day of their lives, and they would see their fire chief. It was all my own time, and I got a lot of guff from it, from people like, at first, why is he out here? He should be in an office. I mean, that was 16 years ago. That was the comment. But if you expect me to be honest and transparent, I can't do that unless I know. And it's important to me. If I say there's a good level of care with UC Health, I can show you the data, the quantitative picture, but I can't show you the qualitative. And a lot of times in those chief briefings, I'll put the qualitative part. Hey, this is Bill. You ran Bill. He had an LAD at 50% blockage, and you saved Bill. And here's a picture with Bill and his wife, and that is powerful. We need to know, and you could rely on the chain of command, which works okay, or I want to see it. I want to be a part of it, and I feel like I can speak with more authenticity if I know. And so you'll see me, and the community will see me. the different neighborhood committee meetings will see me and our people, because I would expect the engines to go to all the community meetings.
I'm gonna get in trouble if this one goes long.
Oh,
So
okay.
let's work together
Sorry,
on this.
okay.
Just kidding. So this is a little bit like Ken's question, but there's a distinction. So let me read it to you and I'll tell you the distinction. From the research that you've done related to this position, what's the biggest concern you have about the organization? And what's the greatest concern that you have about the fire chief position? Ken was asking about what needs to be improved. I'm asking about concern.
No, my biggest concern is my lack of relationships here. I think you get that with anybody from the outside, and it's all contextual, right? I mean, if you're looking to establish new relationships, it's great. If you want to rely on one at 3 o'clock in the morning that you don't have, it's not great. So that coming from where I am, I'm very comfortable, and everybody's on speed dial, and we know everybody's kids. And I mean, it's a bigger town, but it's the same size. It's a small town. That causes me a little bit of angst, but it's also an opportunity depending on, how it goes. So that I think is the biggest concern. And what was the second part of the question? I'm sorry.
For both community and the organization itself.
Well, for the organization, I think my concern is just the current workload on command staff. And I shared that with them before. I look at comparables, the departments that I'm familiar with, and the command staff that was here earlier today, they're producers. They are incredible producers. I think they need help, and I can't quantify that. This is just a gut feeling, and I think there could be some reorganization there to help that out, but definitely some resources added there. But again, I don't know until I'm there. I'm not talking about moving chairs or bodies. I just think they've worked really hard for a long time, and they need some help.
Quick segue into this one then.
Okay.
I'm sure you're aware, been around now, that the PFA's current management group has found itself in a conflict with its local union, including a vote of no confidence in June 2020. Can you tell us about a time when you were in conflict with an employee group and how you resolved it? And if we were to ask those employees how it was addressed, what would they say?
Yeah, I deal with a number of different unions, and I think prior to having the LMA and the doctrine that we have with the structure and how we handle conflict, it was a constant labor management meetings, which we do monthly by contract, would go 3, 4, or 5 hours, and it would just be brutal, and would involve lawyers. I don't shirk away from that situation at all, but I also really enjoy now the agreement that we have with how we handle conflict. We're transparent, we're honest, we're straightforward, and we put all of our issues on the table. I don't know. I mean, for Tom is an awesome fire chief. Period. I mean, outstanding fire chief. And to drink the water, you have to really thank the people that dug the well. And I think from the person moving into this position forward, there's going to have to be a recognition of what happened and the feelings that are around that, because I know there's a lot of feelings. Moving forward, we're going to have to engage those groups with some pretty straightforward expectations. And I hope that they do want to partner. But the expectation will be with honesty and transparency. I think I haven't been in a situation ever, and my boss had a vote of no confidence in the 80s or early 90s. It never works out. It's childish, and it just demonstrates an inability for the groups to actually work together. It's disappointing, and you can recover from that. We recovered from that. Departments all across the country recover from that. But it's certainly not a power play, and I'm glad you supported the fire chief the way that you did. I thought that was pretty outstanding. But now we've got damage control.
How would you resolve this situation?
Well, it's not a complicated situation. It's a complex situation. So it starts with sitting across from the E-board and the union president and just starting a conversation and talking to our team and listening to what happened, how it happened, where the feelings are, what the trigger points are, and trying to work through that with our union to at least get them to the table with a facilitator to start working on a plan of how we're going to deal with conflict. Adults don't know how to do that, especially in a professional arena. That's not something you can go to high school and learn how to deal with conflict. And oftentimes the folks that we hire don't have that skill set. So we can't really hold it against them. Any of us, we can't really hold it against them. It's just they don't know. So we need to bring somebody in that knows, that can train, and it's best not coming from a consultant. It's best coming from an IFF leader, because somebody that's respected, somebody that has the ability to make it work, and I've seen it work. And if it doesn't work, then we'll pivot, reevaluate, and first priority is taking care of the public, period, end of story. Second is making sure, and actually second, 1 and 2 are the same, taking care of our people, and that includes our staff, and taking care of the public. They rely on each other completely. They spin around sometimes depending on the context, but we're certainly not going to get into a situation where we are not able to do the right thing. We will always do the right thing.
Thank you. Emily?
All right. Describe any innovative policies or programs you have implemented in terms of employee fitness and wellness.
So we have a number of, I wouldn't say innovative now, but they were innovative when we started. About 10 years ago, we started with department psychologists, recognizing what the future was coming, staring at us. So with the ability with our department psychologists to direct admit into the Centers for Excellence for IF members specifically, to take care of them with whatever issue they're dealing with. We built a peer support team for mental wellness internally that was led and trained by that psychologist. They're exercised far too often. In our organization, we just had a chief shoot himself the other day. So we have too much experience with it, unfortunately. But they're good at their jobs, and I'm really proud of those 2 programs. On the fitness side, we, much like what you have at your training center, ours is just different and pretty large in comparison. But we have coaches that we hire a company on contract to come in and provide wellness evaluation and then specific workouts for the whole job. Every station is got workout equipment. And then I think the last thing that I probably mentioned is we do have annual physicals that we support with special blood work just for carcinogens, heavy metals, and such. We did invest a pretty substantial amount of capital in ensuring that every station has an extractor to remove carcinogens from personal protective equipment on both the wildland side and on the structural side. And then every firefighter has 2 sets of gear, helmet, and is able to, once they're done with their first structure fire, swap out to a second one and wash and decon theirs. We have decon policy and equipment on every fire apparatus. So when they're done with their fire, they can hose off and use the scrubbers and use their bucket to make sure they don't take any of that home. And then lastly, if you've heard of the clean cab concept, it's a big deal now. We started doing that 20 years ago. We haven't had an SCBA in our cab since like 1992, 93, something like that. We just don't. And we saw the handwriting written on the wall a long time ago for that, especially having a missile behind you and knowing that that was an impediment to people wearing seatbelts. We removed it a long time. And all that kind of goes into the big picture of health. We dedicated 4 captains on duty 24 hours a day in the field for health and safety officer. That position has really proved its benefit with everything that we're going through now. They are the contact for anything workers' comp related and injury related for firefighter health and notifications. And they're incredible. It's absolutely worth their weight in gold.
Ryan, describe your leadership style, which ensures you're leading well in your home organization as you accept outside engagements.
I didn't got that. It was a little muffled. I'm sorry. Can you restate the question? I'm sorry. It's hard. It's hard to hear.
Describe your leadership style, which ensures you're leading well in your home organization as you accept outside engagements. Better?
Yeah. It's kind of a mixed bag of a question. So I have a pretty, well, my leadership style is really contextual. I mean, the whole idea behind leadership is getting the people next to you to inspired, create a safe place for them to be inspired and to do, to accomplish a vision. My job, and I'll use the metaphor that I used early, is, you know, if you have a puzzle, you have a puzzle in a box, you take all those pieces and you put them on the table. You just got a heap of pieces. My job and our job, I think, is holding up that picture, the box, so that they can see what the vision is. This is what we want to build. All these people have talents that we don't have, and they're all really skilled and good at what they do. But they need to understand what the big picture is, and that's what I do. That's my place. That's my job. My job isn't to go out and start IVs and put fires out. My job is to get the right people in place, align those people towards a vision, and go forward. And so that's my style. I like to sit back. I like to listen. I engage. I definitely, depending on the situation, will encourage people to do better and recognize together what that looks like. We have a very open and with our leadership team, we have a very open and high performance group of people that are aligned and are just firing on all cylinders. So the outside engagement piece, you know, I take that with me. I take that home. I take that out in the community. I take that to our mutual aid partners, our state partners, our national partners. I think it's important to be present and represent, in this case, Pooter, to the best that we can. And it matters. It completely matters.
I have a follow-up question. Said you got a superb working team.
I do.
Did you inherit it or did you develop it?
I built it. I stole people. I stole my training chief from Fairfax. I stole my assistant chief from Portland Fire. I stole my other assistant chief from Bozeman, where Waldo came from. I stole her from there. I specifically went for behaviors, and I specifically went for people that thought differently than the way I do. And not only do we think differently, but we look all different. I have a Japanese American, and nobody's the same. I'm like the most boring person in the whole group. And all the people there are a hell of a lot smarter than I am. My skill, what I bring to the table, is showing them that box and keeping everybody on track and moving the organization forward. They're amazing.
Ken, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's fine. Chief, I want to describe a situation, you know, whether you can relate to it in reality or just in terms of, you know, concept or philosophically. Here's the situation. Someone was offended by a statement you made where a reference to a member of a minority group, where there's a reference to a member of a minority group using a term that an individual found demeaning and inappropriate. So what would be your initial reaction? What do you think would be going on inside of you internally as you hear that allegation? And how would you address it? If it is something that happened, how did you address it? What would you hope the outcome would be?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of, I can't say that I've had that situation.
Yeah, and there may not have been
Yeah, no,
something you
that's okay.
experienced, but
But,
if
I mean, we're all
it
humans.
did
Yeah.
happen, how would you respond to that?
Well, so two things. If it would come to me, it would probably be from a complaint about one of our staff. And if it was me specifically, it would probably come to HR or someone else. And I think the normal bureaucratic response is to curl up and get lawyers and push back. I don't do that. If I made a mistake, I'll own it, and I'll meet with the person. And I'll give you an example. Our ladder one behind our headquarters station, they went to an EMS call late in the night. Was an assault. They were supposed to stand back for PD. PD clears them in. They show up. There's a bloody person on the ground. The police department's there. They hand the officer, who is a retired colonel in the Army, very capable, good person. He gets the ID and he's standing there with his computer. You know, they do their charting on here. Firefighter one is down taking care of the victim. They're talking about names. Like what's the patient's name? The patient says Josina. The license says Joseph. And the officer's like, no, it's Joseph. And this person that got assaulted, there's more to the story. The person got assaulted that's all bloody is saying, no, it's Josina. The officer again says, no, it's Joseph. Turns out it's a transgender person that identifies as a female. And the people that she was with, they were attacked by drunk idiots that took it on themselves to attack these people that look different than they did. And it happened in the public. It happened with a number of people watching. The people that were with Josina, they were in the LGBT community, and they perceived this interaction between Josina and our officer as he was laughing. He was making fun of her. He wasn't being culturally competent. And they filed a complaint. And once I found her, we sat down at the place where it happened, at the coffee shop, and we talked through it. There was a big internal investigation with SPD because the police department was there. They, of course, pushed the whole issue off and said it was a fire department that was laughing. The people that were there said it was the police officers that were laughing. Regardless, it happened, and somebody's internal belief system was not validated by people who they expect to be respected. We owned it. And I say we, and I owned it. Nobody got disciplined. It wasn't purposeful. It was simply an area that we needed to work on in our organization. So if you look on all of our footers on our email now, we identify ourselves with pronouns. We identify ourselves with pronouns when we talk to people, to patients. You know, I understand, you know, your name's Ken. What pronouns would you like? What pronouns do you prefer? That's how we interact with people now. That's what our public expects. That's not in a traditional firefighter culture, I'll tell you that. So we had to bring in people, and we had to talk about it, and we had to engage with the biases that we all have and get them to recognize those, and then really recognize what it can do detrimentally to the people that we're trying to serve. But, you know, the way I see it for this board, and I may be way off, and again, it's an assumption because I don't know what I don't know. But really, you have one employee in the fire department, in the fire authority, and that's me. And I'm responsible for that, and I will be responsible for that. So when I sat down and talked to Josina, it's me, and I made it right, and we learned something out of it. I had no idea about pronouns. I was an idiot. And really what that opened up for me was a tight connection with the LGBT community. I got invited to parades. I mean, we had a blast. It was awesome. Our fire trucks are in their parades. And, you know, I had out of not just that, but out of a number of other things that we did with building this inclusive culture, I had a captain that had 30 years on that transitioned from male to female and was celebrated, and it was awesome. And I had a number of other people that came out that felt safe after going through the hard stuff and realizing that it is safe here, that we recognize that we're different, and you're no different as a human being than anybody else. So long story, but
Wow.
it's real.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I've got the next question. How do you envision the role of the fire chief in the community you serve beyond that as a leader of employees and the department's operations? How have you fulfilled that role in the past? Kind of the same kinds of.
Same question. I mean, same thing. I represent the organization. I'm the one that accepts when things go wrong, and they're the ones that get the accomplishments when things go right. That's how I see it working. I need to be out there. I need to meet people. I need to engage with people. I'm your essentially CEO for the agency, me and my staff, but really at the end of the day, it's me. So I think it's important to have those discussions up front before, I meet with, and I think I might have mentioned it, my brain's goofy now with all the different meetings that we have. But I have a great admin, and she sets up calls with our rabbi that covers the majority of Spokane, our bishop that is over the Catholic Church, our one of our Baptist deacons that is in their church, and then there's two other ones that are non-denominational. She sets those up on my calendar for me, and I meet with them now on Zoom every month, and we don't do anything but talk. Sometimes we talk about spiritual stuff, and sometimes we don't. Where it comes into play for me is, a week and a half ago, the rabbi's synagogue was attacked. And it was by a number of people that were trying to recruit white, racist, neo-Nazi type of folks. They're in the area, and they did damage to her synagogue. And the majority of the people that are in her congregation, it's not called a congregation, and she would beat me senseless if I got it. Do you remember what it is? Yeah, the synagogue, but the people in the synagogue. I can't remember what she calls them, but essentially her congregation, my words, not theirs, they're predominantly older, very traditional, and very scared. They came off of that culture. Safety is paramount, and it was a phone call just to make sure that she was okay, and then follow through with a couple other meetings with her. That is not in any policy, and that's not an expectation by my bosses or anything, but that's my expectation. That's my expectation of your fire chief, or to have those relationships, because stuff happens. And again, those differences in people are what makes, it's what makes Fort Collins Fort Collins. It's what makes Spokane Spokane. And when we forget that and we ignore it, it goes downhill really fast.
Thank you. Could you tell us how you would use your first 100 days?
Oh, my first 100 days?
Yeah. And tell me, since you seem to have a pretty good handle of some of the issues at the organization, how would you describe those 100 days, and what would you do?
So I would be pretty transparent with the plan. So I think, like today, my calendar is accessible by everybody in the department. We open up our computers, and a thing called the portal comes up. Chief's calendar, bloop, you can see everywhere where I'm at. So I would expect that to occur so that people can see, and they can see my availability and where I'm at. I think the first 100 days is going to be this. There's going to be a lot of listening with a lot of people across the community, and the staff can help me connect with the right people. The group of leaders that are already here can help me make those connections and probably come with me and do the introductions. And that's going to be first. And second, and maybe even simultaneously, it's going to be about building this team that's here, because there's some battle scars, and they're all amazing. And I internally, I'm kind of an untrusting person. So, and that's just years of drama. So I think I need to be able to be in a situation with them to where we can start to gel. And it may be here, it may be away, but we need to get somewhere and drop the bugles and badges and look at the big picture and start to gel as a team. That's very important to me. Sometimes it involves somebody else, sometimes it doesn't. And then I'll have an organized plan how to get out to the field and start meeting people, not just in operations, but everywhere throughout the job, mechanics and such. It's going to take forever. It's going to take well over a year. I'm not that naive, but I do think that it's really important. And there's some ways that we can do that that don't mean that we have to drive to every shift, every station. We can task force some companies together and do that.
You indicated that you were surprised we don't have a second in command. I gathered that if you were the chief, you would start making some changes to do that. When you look at your staff, do you also look at the budgets that go along with it?
Yeah, very much. And that's why we need to have those conversations with the staff. I wouldn't bring you anything that hasn't been completely vetted and probably had your stamp of approval before we brought it forward for discussion. But I do think that it's extremely important that second person. And I don't know. I mean, we haven't had a chance to sit down and talk about what's working and what's not. We haven't really, and you can open up the strategic plan and get an idea, but that's not people. That's not the level of stress and what they're dealing with on a day-to-day basis and what keeps them up at night. That's what I want to learn about. And that happens within four walls, in a protected space, and probably for a day or two. And then, we'll talk about what some options are. It may not be an initial, let's do this, but I certainly think that it needs to be on our radar organizationally, just to build in that resilience so that we're not here again.
I've got a couple if I can.
It's got a page. I saw it. It's like this long.
That's right.
It's a staff. What are you
So
talking
two
about?
questions, 6 parts.
Yeah, exactly.
Like-
Or G.
No, you and I talked in our earlier conversation online, and I want the board to hear what you shared. I asked you about accreditation, and I've been thinking about that since our conversation. And as you know, this organization deeply values that. It's the framework that we've chosen.
Right.
Can you speak to all of us just about not your commitment to accreditation, but how do we reconcile the fact that that's a very important journey for us, and that's not something that you've chosen to pursue. The second part is also as a CFO, as a chief fire officer. So it's not a gotcha, Brian. It's just really wanting the board to hear some of your thinking about that. And because we've talked for a lot of years about the importance of this. So
Yeah.
and I'm not asking as a SIPSI board member.
I could certainly do it. The organization and the nature of my organization is highly controversial and highly political. With the nature of our city government and term limits and the way things occur, we had a number of runs at accreditation, and it wouldn't stick. We couldn't get our electeds to actually adopt us going through that process, because regardless of what we said, regardless of what PowerPoint presentations we did, we could never get them to accept the risk. And the risk for them is budgetary, because if we would identify from a third party that there were gaps in service, they would have to address that. And completely transparent here, when you run a city with 6 different contracts, there's a lot of push and pull and a lot of politics that occur. Electeds are controlled essentially by some unions, and PACs are developed, and there's a lot of support in those electeds. It's a much different situation, I'm sure, here than it is there because of the framework. But we'd made a number of runs. In lieu, after recognizing that we weren't going to be successful, and you know how much FTE time and energy it takes to do that, we went a different route. We hired ESCI. We built our own standard of cover with ESCI. We built our own strategic plan with another consultant that is used to accreditation. We took all of the parts of accreditation, including the benchmarks and the comparable cities, and we put that in our doctrine. And we report to that on a monthly basis. In fact, a weekly basis. Every week, bloop, pops up from Microsoft Power BI on every council member's email that shows our performance. We're combined in with Intera, so we get live performance data with First Watch and Intera both. We're we're dialed in with data probably better than anybody is. And even Tualatin Valley, because most of our stuff came from Tualatin. And then we just made it better. So I am on board, but you just have to recognize that if you've seen one fire department, you've seen one fire department, unfortunately. They all have unique frameworks, and they all have unique politics. They have a lot of similarities. Missions are oftentimes aligned. The metrics that we measure with SEPSI, they're aligned. They're easy to measure. And when I was on the state chiefs board, we actually adopted that. We adopted the 90% fractal, and we have a law that we have to report, and it's eerily similar to the standard, the SEPSI standards. And I think I sent you my annual report, so you kind of get a good flavor of that. That's a watered down, dashboard, but we track all of that. So I understand the connection and the importance. I was just in a different situation. I'm certainly not against it, but you're fired. And I understand that Tom lived and breathed it, and he was awesome. I'm not Tom, but I do have people in this organization that are in those puzzle pieces that are a heck of a lot better than I am at it. And we've got you, and I'm going to need help. I'm going to need help getting up to the level that is comfortable and that meets your expectation. CFO, CMO, all of the others, it would be pretty simple for me to fill out the paperwork and do. I've been running and gunning. I mean, we've been without an AC for well over a year before I hired Tom, and a number of our other positions have been open. At one point, I was actually running the operations division with 50,000 calls a year.
So Chief, to the CFO question, what are you doing for your own professional development?
I go outside of the fire service completely. And I think you saw my doctorate work is on leadership. And one of the challenges that I have with the fire service is sometimes we're our own worst enemy. We relive things. And that's a traditional conversation we were having earlier about, well, the traditions of the fire service. We're going to continue doing the same thing. Well, let's look to Amazon. I've got an Amazon, a hop, skip, and a jump away from me. Let's go to Amazon and see what they're doing for leadership training. We have a really good relationship with a group that does an advanced leadership class for us, where we take out of the whole job, we take a cross-section of people from the whole job. So you can be a wrench turner in the shop, you could be a captain, you can be a board member. And we bring all those people together in a format where they're in a position to learn together, put together a project, and learn a little bit about each other, about themselves. That is my strength. My strength is looking to Southwest and to industry and to nonprofits that are highly performing, and to research and seeing what is the best out there for. It's not just a fire authority. It's people. And we can't treat them like widgets. We need to understand psychology. We need to understand human dynamics, how they think, what time compression does with stress. Stress is fear. I mean, there's so much more out there than just an associate's degree in fire science and that fire service route. That works when you're at the tactician level. That doesn't work when you're at the strategic level. My perception, those are all my thoughts. I am not sure if they jive with where you're at, but that's me.
I appreciate that. And then the final one that I had was just wanted to ask about your sort of various stops along the way in your career. It looks like you were at LifeNet for 5 years, and then Jackson County in Missouri for 10, and then fire chief in Wright City for a year, and then Yakima for 3 years, and Spokane for 4 or so.
For 4? 16.
I'm sorry,
I've
it's
been there
chief.
for- Yeah, I've been there for a long. Okay. Yeah, it's opportunity. My career's been amazing, and I would have never left. I would have never left the fire chief's job in St. Louis. I got married with a woman that went to BSU in Boise, and she said, if we get married, we're going to move out to the west or northwest, and she wanted to go to Boise, and I'm like, no way. I'm not going to wear a cowboy hat. That's not going to happen, because so my idea of being outside growing up around East St. Louis is a square block of park. That's all I knew. So and this is kind of what pushed me to move out here was when I got off in Boise, the plane lands, this is like 2000 something, 2000 probably around there. And they roll steps up to this airplane. There's no jetway. They just rolled steps up to it. And I walked out and I was just freaked. And when I got on the ground and I looked up, I know it sounds probably crazy, but it was amazing. I had no idea what the environment was out here. I had no clue. Never been anywhere else in my life. And so I started looking for jobs. And when I went to Yakima, I just kept getting grabbed for other opportunities. The difference between West Valley and Yakima was, we worked on a joint program and the city manager there said we want him. So I ended up going there, but I kept with the consolidation project and we made it all work and it was fun. And then my wife's, she does anesthesia, her hospital was sold. And I don't know if you knew, I think I talked about it before, but I was adopted through Catholic Charities. And I've had a very strong connection with that group. And this was with Providence Health Services. The nuns ran the hospital and they sold it. And immediately they took Ellen's contract and they took like $20,000 out of it and added, okay, you're going to be in-house call at the satellite hospital, which was in Toppenish, Washington on an Indian reservation, and was not safe for her to be there at night. I mean, I knew what happened there. And she wasn't happy because taking that in-house call meant that she had to come in the next day and do more surgeries. And it was all for profit. It was a horrible experience. So fortunately, the sisters at Providence owned a hospital at Holy Family in Spokane. Made a phone call, and the rest is history for me in Spokane. I had a really good reputation in Washington, and everywhere that I've been, I've left it better. But I got drawn out here, and you're never going to get me to go back. I just, the humidity and the traffic and the high-rise buildings and just that culture of running all the time is just not who I am now. Was, but it's not anymore. So that's kind of a why. That's the why. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We're running a little behind, but board have any questions?
No more for me. I'm done. Thank you.
Derek's got a list. He's got it stacked this thick.
And as he goes on, he asks.
Say we were
the same
doing
questions
good
of the next
until there.
person.
Right.
No,
Do you have any questions of us, Brian?
When I made the statement that you have one employee in the fire department, does that resonate or is that not what your expectations are?
no, I mean that. Oh,
And
see, this next to my last meeting almost, so I can say anything. No, you still let me. No, I mean, I think that's true. No, that's true. I mean, from the standpoint that, that this, this board, hires the, the chief, the challenging thing for the chief is that he's part of a board that's part of two other boards, the city council and a district board. And so this is a board that represents two other elected bodies. And so that's what makes it a little bit, unique. So the fire chief, while directly accountable to this board, interfaces with the executive leadership team of the city, with the district board that these guys, are on. So plenty of opportunities for meetings.
Yeah, lots of meetings. For sure. Yeah. Well, is that a theme through the whole group? Does everybody kind of agree with that? Okay. Yeah.
Brian, you made a statement though that what you were saying didn't jive with what our board was thinking.
Okay. Yeah, please.
How would you reconcile it?
How would I reconcile the
Differences.
opposing? Yeah, everybody's different. You need to recognize those differences and engage in conversation with that. This union may not have had a lot of training on how to communicate in conflict. They probably don't. It's not something we teach them. I can't say that enough. And honestly, they need that. Now, if there are some of the conversations we had earlier, if there's misintent, malintent, I'm not going to stand for it. puts people's lives at risk, it's not going to happen. It's the right thing to do for the community. We're being honest and we're transparent. I can work with that. But at least give me the chance to have that process occur. I sense a lot of trepidation from the people in the field on white shirts, and I sense a lot of trepidation here on the organized labor. I get that, and that's an assumption. It's just a perception, just body language, listening to people in the community and talking to folks. But those, have you ever heard of like OIC? Like how we communicate with human beings is so horrible. And I'm going to use this as an example. We don't teach this, but the acronym's OIC. So you and I are having, I think, a meaningful conversation. And I sense some stress between you and I. That's what I'm observing. I stands for interpret. I want to explain that to you and say, look, I respect you incredibly. And this is how I feel. And this is what I'm observing. And then confirm that with that person. Is that what's really happening? And that's how adults are supposed to communicate with each other. But we don't do that pretty often. We just make assumptions. We make assumptions that they did something on purpose, and we automatically go into battle mode, or we assume that there was misintent without actually validating it. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I've seen it. I've done it. It's taken me years to learn in very tough situations with unions that have binding arbitration, collective bargaining, and comparable legislation. And I've been through, well over 8 contracts with unions that are much more challenging than I'm assuming this one probably is. But we need to listen to them, and we need to communicate with them, and we need to give them a voice. And at the same time, we need to draw that line, like I talked in their group. I've had to do some really difficult things and organizationally draw that line that in our fire stations, we had a young child, a youngster that was raped by one of my employees on duty in a fire station. I've had a number of people in our organization that have been belittled because of their religion and their culture. And I had to draw the line. And those type of conversations are challenging. They're hard. They're against what normal firehouse culture may be. But we have to draw that line, and we have to be able to have a relationship. And with that relationship with them, when it happened, it was a phone call, and we're not going to accept that activity. And I think we got to a better place because of the relationship that we had. But I didn't make any assumptions. And that's not a phone call. That's a face-to-face conversation. So I can't say that I've been there and done that for everything that you might dream up, but I've been through the ringer, and I feel like I'm extremely experienced. I lead a metro department that, while it's not accredited, it is amazing, and I'm very proud of that. And I'd also be proud if I was able to come here.
Emily, have any questions? Dave?
Hey, well, thank you, Chief.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Behind,
appreciate it.
Okay, I'll get out of here.
All right. Any questions?
No, sir. No, I think I
Yeah, good job.
appreciate everything that you shared with me.
Yeah,
Thank you very
I
much.
appreciate it
Okay,
very
thanks.
much. Thanks a lot.
Watch kept saying, time to stand, time to stand.
Yeah.
Stretch. Oh.
Well,
What?
3 down, 1 to go, kids.
Like Julie Pignataro at my last annual evaluation as city manager. We were in executive session and she was sitting next to me. We're at this big table. And, it's not always a love fest. There's we're bantering back and forth. And Julie looks at my watch and she says, Darren, your watch says breathe. Do you remember that? She's like, your watch says breathe. I'm like, oh God. It does that when your heart rate starts going up. I'm like, that's
good.
next time I won't wear my watch. There you go.
My watch says it's
Time to sleep.
6:54. I'm kidding.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Well, we only got one to go and we got plenty of time to do it.
We are ready. Oops, we gotta
We're ready.
change nameplates.
Oh, yeah.
That's new.
That? Oh, well, did you change out the water bottle?
I didn't think anyone's
think it's been touched, yeah.
Oh, really?
It'll be a COVID test.
Well, do we have, we've got time constraints after this meeting? Do we can have enough time to have a good dialogue? You got it, you open? Dave, you open?
Yeah, I don't need to get up till 2 in the morning, so.
Well, that's okay.
This room now?
Yeah, been here once before.
You just leave.
Hello, everybody.
Leave for the airport.
Gee, really?
How is everyone this afternoon or evening?
For Atlanta?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Welcome.
Welcome, Josh.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Yeah.
You're
Just down so you can hear me a little
You
bit.
can go ahead and take it off if you want to. Yeah.
Probably met all of us through one way or the others through the process. So thanks for being here and being patient.
No, it's an honor. I know it's been a long afternoon for you, but this has been a fantastic process. Just humbled to be at this point, but still excited to talk to you tonight.
Well, very good. We're a little, you're the one of four that interviewed our last. So there we go. We'll get started. Why don't you share with the board what leader or leaders do you look up to and why? And how would you describe your own leadership style?
I'll give you a couple of examples. I'd start with the fire service. It's kind of cliche, but Chief Brunacini out of Phoenix, Arizona. Tremendous impact on not just me, but really the entire fire service, because he's the person who brought the aspect of customer service and taking care of our public like their family. His legacy now continues to live on. When you talk to fellow fire service professionals, you'll hear us say, "Be nice," and that was Chief Brunacini's motto. Was when things are tough, when things are bad, just be nice. Never forget that as kind of your foundation of how you provide service to the community. I think another one for me, I'd have to say is a lady by the name of Vicki Pritchett. Miss Vicki, as we refer to her, is forget her official title. She works for the National Fire Sprinkler Association. But Miss Vicki has opened so many doors for me throughout my career in the fire service. It comes from my background being in community risk reduction early on. She's just been phenomenal as a friend, as a mentor, as someone that I could bounce ideas off of, for someone to steer me in the right direction and say, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to be in certain places. She has always been in my corner, and quite honestly, I probably wouldn't be sitting here tonight if it wasn't for Miss Vicki. And then personally, I would say that both my grandpas set great examples for me as a man, now as a father, how to grow up and how to lead. And then to answer, the leadership style, I'll tell you that it's situational. Obviously, that's going to depend on the people that I'm dealing with, the situations that I'm in. But I'll drill down a little bit and say I'm servant leadership. I think that's just comes by nature of being in the fire service, being a public servant, that making sure that my staff, my team, my people, our community always comes first in their best interest is where I'm rooted in.
I have a second question. Sorry, I always forget. Inclusion is important to our community and our emergency services. How will you build a more diverse workforce to reach out to communities that are underrepresented to ensure they are being served?
So let's talk about the workforce and how we build. We have to change recruitment practices. The fire service has no problem recruiting firefighters. It's one of the greatest jobs out there. The problem is we just wait for people to come in. And quite honestly, we get a lot of people who look just like me. We have got to be more proactive. We have to be more targeted in our recruiting to get a more diverse pool. We're going to continue to get numbers. That's not an issue. But if we're truly going to diversify the workforce, we've got to change our recruitment tactics. Once we've done that, and we have those people in the door, because I assure you, I've done this twice in 2 different departments. There's people out there that want to be in the fire service. They just don't know. And so you have to go find them, open those doors for them, explain things, answer their questions so that they're comfortable maybe looking at the fire service as a career. But once we get them in the door, it's about retention at that point as well. I was fortunate enough to come from a background where I had family members in the fire service. I knew pretty early in my career that it was, or my life, that it was kind of the career I wanted. But when you do this targeted recruitment, people may not have that background. They may not have came up always wanting to be a firefighter. They may not have come up with a family member who told them all the stories or give them all the background. And so giving those people a mentor to make sure that they are set up for success once they're in your department is vitally important. There's going to be questions that they will have that, quite honestly, some of our traditional candidates that we've been hiring for 100 years, they won't have. And so we want to make sure that they have someone to guide them through those questions, that they can lean on for advice, because we want them to be successful. Getting people in the door is step 1, retaining them is step 2. Second part of that question was about our community. I apologize.
It was to reach out to communities that are underrepresented to ensure they are being served.
Yeah, so that's about making the department visible. It's about me as the face of the department being visible. I understand my role as the fire chief is to be out there, to be accessible to our community leaders, our civic groups, all of our organizations throughout, to represent the fire service, to make sure that people understand what it is we do, who we are. But I also think it's important to get our staff, our employees out there in the field. We talked about this yesterday in one of our panels that we think about Fire Prevention Month is a great opportunity to interact, because we're in the school systems, or there's a public event where we're at. Those are all very good things. But there's a lot of other opportunities we can take to make contact with our community. It could be just as simple as if you're on a call in a community that you haven't been to in a while, or you notice there's people that are out gathered around watching, take the time when that call's over to engage. Talk to people, make sure that they know who you are as the fire department, they're comfortable with the fire department, answer questions that they might have. Every chance you get to interact with your community, we have to capitalize on.
Josh, my turn. Politics is a constant background concern for managing relationships with elected officials as well as employees. Can you tell us about a time when a decision made above your level had a negative impact on your staff? And how did you explain the decisions to employees? And what was their response?
Okay. I think one of the difficult things that we're experiencing right now in Bozeman is just like here in Fort Collins. It is tremendous growth. We've unsuccessfully attempted to add some staff the last couple of years, and I know that's it's disappointing to the department. It's disappointing to all of us, because we understand our needs, but we also understand that we're not the only organization within the community who has needs. So when I communicate that back to everybody, from the administrative team down to the line personnel, I want to make sure that they understand that not only do we support this, because we're part of a bigger team when we're serving a community, and I want them to understand the why. I think the why is extremely important when we talk to people and deliver news, good or bad. think where we fail sometimes in our communication is when we don't explain it. And people are left wondering why decisions were made. They question if all the facts were weighed appropriately. And so I think it's important that when we deliver that news, that we give them the why and we explain it. I think people tend to take bad news a little bit easier when they can understand it. They get that direction from the top down.
Josh, based on what you currently know about PFA, what you believe can be improved, why would you choose that specific area and what would you do about it?
There's obviously some work that has to be done on the relationship side of the house between administration or in the union or labor management, however you want to call it. Why do I pick that one? There's a lot of other things we could talk about. We could talk about EMS operations. I know that's been a hot topic this week. We could talk about consolidations and mergers. We could talk about regionalization of efforts. Those are all important. We won't be successful with any of that if we don't have a foundation of trust in this organization from top to bottom, bottom to top. Any of those topics that I listed and any other thing that we're going to try to tackle as an organization, it takes everybody pulling in the same direction. And if we're pulling against each other, we're not working cohesively, we're not having transparent communication, we're not going to be successful. I've experienced that. I came into a situation in my current position where there was no foundation of trust, and that was the first thing that we did. We had to build that, or we weren't going to be successful in anything else. How do I do that here at PFA? I'll tell you that it starts with a lot of listening and a lot of questions. I have a lot of opinions. I have a lot of ideas about the fire service, but I also want to hear other people's thoughts and opinions. And for me to come in and blindly think that I know all the inner workings of PFA would be a mistake. If we're going to have a vision, we're going to have a direction, it has to be a collaborative approach. People have to feel like their voice was heard. Doesn't mean that it'll always turn out the way they want, but we have to build this together. Because it takes everybody in this organization to pull some of these things off. Those are some heavy lifts that we just talked about. I didn't even touch on growth. How fast this community is growing and the challenges that brings. Another thing that I see every day in my current position, you drive down the street on Monday, and when you come back on Friday, there's 6 new buildings. It's a lot, and anything that I tell you I've accomplished there, anything that I would accomplish here at PFA, it won't be me, it'll be us, because it'll take the entire team to get it done. In order to do that, it starts with the foundation of trust.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Okay, my turn, Josh. It's really good to see you here.
Thank you.
Welcome. So my question is a little bit like Ken's, but there's a pretty great distinction, and I'll share that with you. So from the research that you've done related to this position, what's the biggest concern that you have about the organization? And also, what's the biggest concern that you have about the fire chief position? So Councilmember Summers asked about what needs to be improved. This is what concerns my, and they could overlap, but curious what your thoughts are about that.
About the department. About
Yeah. Yep.
I'll start with the department. Growth is going to be the biggest challenge in a community like this where things are exploding. When that happens, there's going to be a number of opportunities that present themselves for us to grow, for us to evolve. But again, that's going to take a heavy lift from the whole team. No one person is going to do that on their own. What concerns me about that is where things are today. within the organization. It's really on this line of, it's not a small department. It's not a major metro department either. And so as this department preps itself for really an explosion over the next 10 years, it's vitally important right now to establish the culture, the norms, the values that are important. And the department has done that. Maybe we need to reinforce them. Maybe we need to revisit, but those are going to be super important because as this department grows as fast as it's going to, those have got to be in place first, or we will lose, I think, a lot of things that are great about a fire department. Service or sense to your community. You don't want to lose that. If you've been around firefighters at all, you hear the words brother, sister, family, lots of hugs. There's a family environment to the fire service that I don't think any department wants to lose. And so I think reinforcing those values right now as a department before this tremendous amount of change comes is going to be important because it's going to set the tone for the next 15, 20, 30 years for this organization. Concerns about the position of fire chief. You got to be careful how to say this. I'm not concerned about it, but I am very well aware that people are concerned that I'm from a 3-station department, 50,000 plus person community, and that this step's probably too big for me. And I'll tell you that I don't believe it is. I've got a work ethic that's second to none. Tell people all the time, you won't outwork me. I just won't allow it. It's my upbringing. It's who I am. I want to push people to be the best. I use the word excellence a lot. I want to push this department to be a leader in our community first, and regionally and nationally. PFA has a fantastic reputation, and I want to build on that. But I am very well aware that there will be people who will have concerns that small town fire chief is not the right person. And so I know I got to come in and prove it. I'm up to that challenge. It's not the first time in my career that people probably told me, you're probably not cut out for that. You're not ready for that. I've heard that before. And quite honestly, it motivates me to kind of prove folks that, yeah, I can do it and I'll do it very well.
Well, the fact that this board has invited you to be here, Josh, I think demonstrates, isn't consistent with that thinking. But I do want to ask you, going from 50,000 to a much bigger spot, what are your blind spots? Where are the areas that, it's one thing to say, I got this, I'm going to work my way through it. But what are your blind spots going from a smaller department to a bigger authority? And like you said, it's not a metro agency, but this kind of gets at your self-awareness and, what will be some of those challenges as you see?
I'll give you 2 examples. I think it's a great question. I think the first is, I just told you, I've got a drive that is pretty high. I push very, very hard. I'll need people to tell me you're outrunning some folks here. You got to slow down a little bit. I need people to tell me that because in a smaller organization, it's easier for me to gauge that on a day-to-day basis because today I see every firefighter at least probably once a week, if not once a week, every other week. So it's much easier for me to keep a pulse on how people are handling change, how people are adapting, how people are just quite honestly doing it work. It'd be harder to do here. There's just more people. So I've got to rely on my team to say, Chief, we're heading in the right direction. Or, things are going well. We need you to take it down just a notch. And that's okay. Because I'm self-aware to know that sometimes I will push and push and push. And what I need sometimes is somebody to go, thank you. Can we take a pause? We need a breath. And I appreciate that. I think the second one that will be hard for me, and it was a great question that was brought up earlier today. One of the things that makes me successful is my ability to connect to people. Look them in the eye, shake hands, ask them how their day is, how their family is. Talk shop with them if that's what they want to do. It'll be hard to do here. I'm aware of that. You're 4 times bigger almost than where I'm at today. But for me, it's just something that I have to prioritize because it's important to me. It's who I am. And I can't just say, well, it's a bigger department. I'm not going to do that. I won't be successful without it. And I know that. So I've just got to fit it in. I find that I have to schedule it. And it's not like I'm going to spend whole days at the fire station. It's as simple as stopping in for a cup of coffee, having lunch there instead of having it in your office, stopping by on the way home. If they have a call that's in the neighborhood, stop in and say hi. I need that. I think the firefighters need that. And I get that that's going to be a bigger challenge than it is today. But my leadership style and who I am as a person, I have to have that.
You've been hanging around us for a few days, so you're aware that PFA's current management group has found itself in a conflict situation with the union local, including a vote of no confidence in June of 2020. Can you tell us about a time when you were in a conflict with an employee group and how you resolved it? And if we asked those employees how it was addressed, what would they say?
When I took the job in Bozeman, they were in a multi-year legal dispute over battalion chiefs and whether or not they should be represented or not. They were at a stalemate in a contract negotiation. And to the point of I had a lot of people tell me it's probably not the best job for you to take. I thought it was. Took the job, went in, started off with just what I told you earlier. Sit down and talk to a lot of people and ask a whole lot of questions to figure out what was going on. Quite honestly, my perception, it had been going on so long, they forgot really the root of what they were disagreeing about. So I think being that conduit of communication to get parties back to the table, to have open conversation. I think that's extremely important when we talk about communication. It has got to be transparent if we're going to be successful. We brought resolution to the battalion chief dispute. 7-8 months, maybe, no, it's, yeah, about that time frame. Got a contract done pretty quick. To the point of when we went into the next contract, things were much smoother. We resolved a schedule issue in the next contract. And if you've ever talked to firefighters, the one thing that will really get them on edge is talk about changing their schedule. We knew it had to be done. But I think we had built that trust, that relationship going into it, where we took a really kind of touchy subject and were able to push through that very successfully. I think today, if you were to call the union where I'm at, I'm not going to tell you that we agree all the time because we don't. But what they tell you is I'm honest with them. I tell them when I think we're apart. Tell them what I think has to change for us to come together. I think we're fair with each other, and I think there's a healthy amount of respect. No one likes surprises. I appreciate that the union president gives me heads up so that I have time to think about or address situations, and I return the favor to him as well. Again, we foster that relationship, and we've been successful on the labor board or E-board has turned over 3 times. And so that to know that we can keep having new people in the seats, but we can continue to have success, I think has shown that we've got a foundation there that's very solid.
I have a follow-up question there. You stated that you think that the relationship between PFA, the administration and the union needs fixed. How did you come to that conclusion? How do you think an organization gets to the point where there's no trust?
Without asking and having the conversations with the people involved, I don't know that I can answer that. So I'll speak with some assumptions here. It's probably a breakdown in communication somewhere. That's typically the root of most problems. Words get crossed, taken out of context. Sometimes we just we forget what the root of our problem was. And so without talking to the members of this organization to investigate that a little deeper, it'd be really hard for me to answer. But that's why I say, as the chief, job one is to come in and ask a lot of these questions, listen, and figure out what's going on. It's not, I won't say it's not broke. Let's say that. I know it's not broke because the department continues to function and provide fantastic service to this community. It's still one of the leading fire departments in the country. It's not broke. It's just kind of off the rails right now. And it just needs to kind of, there's a tweak here and a tweak there that probably needs to happen. Tighten things back up and get the train headed back in the right direction.
How would you do that?
For me, like I said, I come in and I've got to talk to administration. There'll be a talk with the union. And there'll be even a broader scope of talking to members of the fire department. Because I've got to hear what they're saying, what they tell me. I can't come in here and make assumptions. That's extremely dangerous. Part of, I think, building that successful relationship is people feeling like they've been heard, that you understand, that you're engaged in trying to make things better. So for me, it's really, that's where it starts.
I mean, do you get in on your time, Ellen?
That's all right. Good question. All right. Describe any innovative policies or programs you have implemented in terms of employee fitness and wellness.
Well, we'll start with the physical side of things. Our members have asked in the past for some enhanced physicals or enhanced screenings. A lot of that's related to cancer. We've worked with our department physician to include those when appropriate. That's turned out very successful to the point that the physician has, without violating HIPAA, has told me, money well spent, you prevented something bad. And that's all I need to know to tell me that we were doing the right thing there. I think from a mental health perspective, when we talk about health, the mental aspect is just as important. Our department has in-house peer support. I think that was driven by the firefighters. They asked, could we do it? We put together a proposal, talked to it, gave them my support. I think having the in-house people is critical for the fire service. Firefighters are they're a tough group of people, and they're very reluctant to open up. They're very reluctant to share what's going on in their lives. And so if their first line of support, resource, or opportunity is an external person that they may have never met, don't have a relationship on, it's going to be tough. And I think it still happens today. People hold it in because they don't feel comfortable reaching out. So I think having friendly faces that they're comfortable with has been fantastic. I don't need to know what's going on with that. I just need to know if the team needs resources from me in terms of what interactions they're having. It's none of my business. I want to ensure the confidentiality because I think that's important for people to feel like they can use the service, they can talk to people, and it's not going to get shared or run up the chain. I think that's been really really beneficial for our people, because mental health it's a real challenge for our service. And I'm going to switch back real quick to the cancer initiative. Unfortunately, we've had to deal with it. It's tough, but I think it's causing us to look at things different as we have a new fire station coming out of the ground, and almost every spot in that station, we could show you a feature of that design. The reason it's that way is for the health and safety of the firefighters, whether that's cancer prevention, making sure that things in the station stay clean. And as we move into the next phase, which is new fire engines, that same process will carry over. It'll look different, it'll feel different in the fire engine, but we'll be able to point to those and explain to you that it's for the health and safety of the firefighters.
Well, Josh, describe your leadership style, which ensures you're leading well in your home organization as you accept outside engagements.
So again, I am a person who is going to push for some really high standards of this fire department. I'm going to push us to be the leader locally, regionally, nationally, and in a lot of different areas. But at the same time, there's got to be some humility to understand that a lot of people are looking up to you, that a lot of people could use some help, assistance, and that's part of being a leader, is being a good neighbor, being a good friend, whether that's neighboring fire department, whether that's another department within the city, whether that's a non-governmental organization here in this community. We're going to push, we're going to have really high standards, but we also want to make sure that we maintain that level of approachability where people still feel comfortable to pick the phone up with topics that may not even be fire related. To just go, you know what, PFA's got some great people. They always have some great ideas. This may not be their wheelhouse, but call them and see if they have an idea, see if they've got another connection they can point us to. That's part of being a leader. I don't want people to just think of us as the fire service. We're much more than that to a community.
Josh, part of this question is if you're getting involved in outside engagements, state fire chiefs, for example, etc. How do you balance that?
So I'll tell you, I'm heavily involved in some national organizations, regional organizations. Today, I sit on the State Fire Chiefs Board in Montana, serve on a governor appointment for the state radio system, serve as a peer reviewer for the Center for Public Safety Excellence, also serve as one of the contractors. But you got to understand where your priorities are. My priorities lie with my organization. Those things come secondary. They're important. The networking, the ability to exchange ideas with other professionals across the country is I don't know that I can put a level of importance on it. So again, it kind of goes back to who I am though as a person. If I'm gone next week, because I'm at a conference, phone's still on, still checking emails. If there's something more pressing going on at home, I'm not leaving. I'm not the kind of person who just turns it off when I'm not in this office. Because I understand my role that this department and people in this community are counting on me. So while I may not be in my office, that doesn't mean that I'm not available. I also understand that where the priority is, and that's here at home.
Josh, I have a little bit different question. It's a little bit of, setting up a scenario. Let's assume somebody was offended by a statement you made where a reference to a member of a minority group where a term was used that the individual found demeaning and inappropriate. What would be your reaction? What do you think you'd be feeling internally? And how would you address the situation? What would you hope the outcome to be?
Internally, I'd be disappointed. I would feel very confident to tell you that it would be an air of ignorance, of not knowing that I have said it, that I have done it, because that's not who I am as a person. My upbringing has taught me to treat people regardless of their backgrounds, their gender, their race, their cultural beliefs. Everybody gets the same treatment from me. But if I have done that, the first thing I want to do is want to apologize, and then I want to understand. I want them to explain it to me, because the worst thing I could do as a person is to ever make that mistake again. And so I want to understand. I want to learn from it, and I want to ensure that I take the steps necessary to not only fix that relationship, but that I never repeat it again, and I grow from it as a person.
Hey, Josh, how do you envision the role of fire chief in the community you serve beyond that as a leader of employees and the department's operations? So how have you fulfilled that role in your past roles?
Kind of goes back to a little bit of what we've said already. Being the face. Most people in the community, quite honestly, will never have any interaction with your fire department. Statistically, probably less than 10% of the folks in the community have ever used the services of the fire department. So I'm the face. The other thing I want to be is a partner. I think I've been very successful in that. I want other people to feel comfortable, and we've discussed this a little bit already, of picking the phone up and calling me to just talk through a project that may have nothing to do with fire service. Because I want them to trust my opinion. I want them to trust my candor, to be an asset to them. I'll tell you, in my career, some of the best advice I've ever gotten on situations may not have come from other fire chiefs. May have come from another department head in the city. It may have come from a community member. May have come from one of the directors of nonprofits. I think that's what I want to be to them. I want to be a resource. I want to be a friend to them. Our jobs are pretty high stress, and sometimes you just need somebody to talk through the situation with. And then I want to be the face for the department, for the community. I want to feel approachable to folks. I want, if somebody sees me on the street at lunch or walking through town and they've got a question, they're just dying to ask, I want them to feel comfortable and say, Chief, could I get a minute? And that, to me, that would be fantastic, because that tells me that we're doing some things right. If people are comfortable enough to just come up and say, hey, I got a question, dying to ask. So it's a couple of different things there. But I think for me, working in teams is far more fun than doing it by yourself. And I guess the last thing is I want to serve as a source of education for groups, whether that's in the city commission, the district board, or this board. I want to be looked at as your SME on the fire service, and so that's something that obviously I have to earn that trust. But but I want you to feel comfortable coming to me with questions and ideas as the leader of your organization.
Any further questions? Darren?
Do, so you
pattern,
can,
Josh.
you start to, what's that?
I said it's a pattern.
Yeah, it's a pattern. Josh, one of the things I wanted to ask you about is the difference in the governance structure between Bozeman and Porter Fire Authority. And this is a complex relationship relative to the experience of what you have now. So I'm curious, how do you know, what do you think about that? And how do you, you know, how do you see the difference between reporting to, by the way, I think you report to the assistant city manager, not the city manager. I've never seen that structure, by the way. But you know, what are your thoughts about that?
So I think this question might have had with one of the groups on the Zoom. I think my job here goes back to being the SME to educate both the council and the district board. Take the input that I get back from them, answer questions, ask questions, but bring that back here, because this is the decision-making body for the fire department. You know, you've got to make sure that you're hearing the needs of both the city and the district. You have to make sure that you're prioritizing things appropriately with the help of this group. I think that, to me, and it goes back to simply said, this is the board for the fire department. This is the policy level group that is going to set, you know, that higher level vision or policy, and then it's up to me to carry it out as directed by this board. I've got experience, not anything similar to this, but working with boards. I chair the 911 board for our county. So that's 3 police departments, the sheriff, and 16 fire departments. We're all users of that 911 system. I've served as the vice chair. I'm on my year as the chair. You know, that's a balance, you know, of trying to figure out what's best for the group with a lot of outside input. I'm working on boards on the national level, again, taking input from a lot of different places, but understanding that it all has to come back to this table to make sure that the policy group is the ones who are setting the direction. And then I am taking it really as your operations officer and carrying that out.
Any questions, Dave? I just have one, just like to ask you, how would you, what would your first 100 days be like with this department? About that, huh?
No, I have, and I apologize because I'm going to sound like a broken record to you. I'm gonna meet with staff, meet with as many of them as possible, and I'm going to ask them. I've already given them the questions. What's working, what's not, and what do we need to keep doing or stop doing? I want to hear that from the organization, because what I learn in there will help me come back to this board, kind of brief you on where things are, and then we can talk about the direction. The other piece of that same approach will be external to the organization, to the community, the stakeholders, with the same question. What's PFA doing well? What are they not doing well? And then what do you think PFA needs to start doing or stop doing? I think the last question is really important for the fire service, because we are notorious for continuing to do something, and then finally somebody says, why do we do that? And the answer is, Well, I don't know, the last three people just told me this is how we do it. We've got a lot of inefficiencies in our job sometimes, just because we never tend to stop and ask, why do we do that? That's the 100-day plan, but quite honestly, that'll be the reoccurring plan for me. It's not something that I'll ask one time. It's an ongoing conversation for me with people. What are we doing well? What are we not doing well? What should we start or stop doing? Questions never change, because I've been successful with them. And I think it gives me a good feel for where we're at as an organization.
You have any questions you'd like to ask this board?
How do you, in the first 12 months, how would you measure success for the new fire chief? What does that look like for you?
We're looking for trust. We're not interested in having another no vote of confidence. And communication between the firefighters and this board and the chief, my opinion. Others may have a different vision.
Yeah, I mean, I think making those connections in the community with the cross-section of stakeholders, for you feeling like you're getting a feel, would be getting a feel for the community, for, city council, district board, those external stakeholders, as well as the frontline firefighters and the staff. And so I think this is important. And one thing I would just mention, Josh, regardless who the fire chief is that we bring in, I think that person deserves to know that this board is going to work with that individual to help make them successful. It's not like, you do your thing and we're going to sit back and critique and judge and criticize. The whole firefighter family, we're in this together concept has to be lived out in this group, as well as in the firehouses and in the office. And I think that's a commitment that this board needs to make to whoever our next fire chief is, regardless where they come from, regardless of their experience, is that we want to make sure that you're the best fire chief possible for PFA.
I have another question, if I may.
Well, Josh, let me just.
Unless you had an answer.
Well, I wanted to, I'm moved by that response actually, because that's, who doesn't want that, right? And having been on this board for a long time, I think we can all back it up with that relationship with Chief Dement and prior to Chief Mulligan. And so I really like that. I would just add to what has been said. I think innovation matters a lot. It's sort of outside the box and trying to not be irresponsible about it, but to drive greater effectiveness and efficiency. I love your word excellence. I mean, I think both innovation and excellence speak to Fort Collins. And then I have a unique perspective on this board as a city manager. I'm looking for a partner as an executive advisor as well. It works brilliantly with Chief Swoboda. It works really, really well with Karen Champagne, the Planning Development Transportation Director. Our deputy city manager is the Fort Collins City Council. So I guess that's what I would add.
Now you made me change my next question, but I do want to change it because I think I want to fine tune it just a little bit. Growth. It's crazy here. It's exploding. Fire department has a big role in that, from plan review, inspection, what can the department do that we haven't talked about tonight that can help this community as it continues to grow? Is there something that just pops out that, you know, it's like, man, the fire department really could step in or maybe do something better to help? Because I'm living it every day right now in my current job of seeing things explode and figuring out there's a lot of gaps that we can help and fill with that may not be our traditional roles as the fire service. I'm overseeing the development review software updates for all of planning and engineering. I never thought that would be in my job description, but it was something that the city needed. It's a skill set that I won't say I had, I'll say I'm developing of managing this software implementation. Is there a non-traditional thing here that the fire department can help this community with?
An area that we've expressed a lot of concern about is the relationship with emergency, with hospital, with ambulance service. I think as Fort Collins grows to 250,000 people in the next 25 years, and I think I heard the number the other day, in 2045, Northern Colorado will be 1 million people. Yeah, that's a great question. And I think, so I think about, you know, emergency management services that we've talked for so many years about. It's not optimized. So experience in that space, I think, is really important. But I mean, I don't know what others would share, but that's just some initial thinking. I mean, what does Poudre Fire Authority look like in a context, a region that's 1 million people in the next by 2045? It seems like forever, but it's not. So I don't know. I mean, I think the next chief and the board is going to really help define that from a fire services standpoint. That's kind of crazy scary to me a little bit. But it's also what an opportunity with the strength of the PFA brand. There's a real opportunity.
You know, the thing that comes to my mind, though, and bring it down a little bit more, when we talk about growth, you know, I think obviously of development, you're mentioning your plan reviews and that sort of thing. And I think this goes to the concept of partnership, innovation. You know, we talk about city as a platform for innovation. It's taken me 4 years to get these terms down. No, no, my turn. But you know, or co-creation. Maybe that's the word. That's the one I was. So in other words, I think it's the approach we take with those key stakeholders, and you know, kind of that concept that you're mentioning about, you know, what's working, what's not working, what do we need to change, what do we need to stop doing, is, and I actually kind of picked this up a little bit from, you know, from chief to mint, you know, in working with some of our developers. It's kind of like, well, you know, if you do this, we can do that. Instead of just saying, well, you know, these are the rules and you need, you know, so many, you know, fire hydrants and so forth like that. It's kind of like, well, if you know, you sprinkler some homes, then we don't have to have fire hydrant, you know. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like looking at helping to be a problem solver that helps facilitate growth on one hand, while we try to provide affordable housing on the other, and living in that tension of that space. And I think that's what, you know, that's how I would describe the, you know, the challenge is being more than just a code enforcer and authoritarian, to being a community apartment, a community partner that provides for public safety in the most optimum way.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I want to ask you, could I summarize that with start with yes?
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
There's multiple ways to come to a resolution. It's a lot easier to find those if we start with yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's great.
Any other questions? Thanks very much,
Well,
Josh.
thank you,
Yeah,
Josh.
I'd love to shake hands on the COVID thing. It's
Yeah.
weird. I do real briefly.
There you go. Thank you.
Um,
Love distance.
Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for being here this late on a weeknight. And I want to commend PFA. I knew the reputation of this department when I applied. I've been fortunate enough to work with this department, spend some time in the northern Colorado region. With this process from start to finish, and particularly this week, thanks to this lady here to my left. Unbelievable. I'm continually just blown away with this organization. I hope you're extremely proud of the folks that work for your organization because you have a first-class fire department. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Josh.
So Mike, I think you'll probably, if you want to go into an executive session, I think somebody's got that paper. Yeah, you got that paper in front of you. Yeah.
Maybe we need that
Read,
apparatus.
read, David.
need to say it officially or can I go ahead and shut things
Don't we need to vote? Oh,
Yes,
to vote to go into executive session?
you need to make this a motion.
Okay.
You ready now?
Yeah.
So as permitted by Colorado Revised Statutes, section 24-6-402, parent 3.5, and parent 4, parent E, I make a motion that the board go into executive session to provide direction to the fire chief search firm on matters related to the fire chief hiring process.
The motion, is there a second? There seconds it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We will now be in executive session.